schedule, but otherwise, yeah, you're fine.
I probably need that minute. No, I'm just playing. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and go. Alright, y'all. So, let's get this started.
Alright, then I'm going to let you alone. You can close Discord, I guess. And good luck, buddy.
I'll just keep it open. No need for me to leave. I'll just stay. Anyway. 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, so despite the title, since I'm playing the US version, this is called Tales of Destiny 2. Now, for those of you who actually played Tales of Destiny on PS1, this actually has nothing to do with Tales of Destiny at all. It's actually called Tales of Destiny 2 because Mattel actually has the copyright on the whole phrase Eternia. So, since they released Tales of Destiny 1 on PS1 here about a couple years ago, before this release of this game, which came out in 2000, they called it Tales of Destiny 2 to make it sort of tie in with it. They have nothing to do with each other as far as story goes. But anyway, at the beginning, the save points are pretty unique in this game, actually. Instead of saving and loading, and wherever you save, you just reappear right there when you load your file back up, there are these save gems and dungeons. And when you load your file, it will warp you all the way to where that save gem is located. And I'm going to be abusing that as soon as I get control of Reed here. The reason for that is as soon as I take one step here, I get an encounter, no matter what. So by doing this, it saves me from having to deal with any extra encounters. And there's another spot where I take advantage of this as well, but that won't be till later on. Now as soon as I step here, I'll also get an encounter. Because the step counter in this game starts at 0. And the step counter would be, there's this memory address in usually most RPGs where they have what people usually call random encounters. But it's just a number that counts down from a random number. And whenever it reaches 0, you get an encounter. So, for those of you who are watching Yagamoth, he probably already explained about holy balls and what effects do they have on the step counter. That same formula actually still works for this game as well. So I will be abusing that myself. The only difference I would say with the two step counters are, if you use a holy bottle in an area that has no random encounters at all, instead of giving you a fresh step of steps you can take with the step counter, it'll reset your step counter to 0, and if you take one step in an area with random encounters, you get an encounter immediately. So if that's ever happened to you while playing this, then that's why. So in order to minimize encounters, knowing where to use your holy bottles before an encounter can happen can make the game go encounterless. The only times where you're forced to fight is couple cutscene fights and bosses. So right off the jump, there's going to be a boss fight. He's laughably easy though, despite him being able to chain cast and casting some pretty powerful spells for a first boss. He has no name yet, but you find out later what his name is. Alright, so I'm gonna try to do my best to try to get Mary to help me to fight this guy by using the gather strategy. He actually didn't chain cast that time. But yeah, it's really hard to stop him from using those beginning spells. That's actually pretty fast. But what you want to try to do there, if you hold L1 and down, it'll use the gather option, and all your party members will form around whoever you're controlling. So if I wouldn't have done that, Farrah would have stayed at the back and not have done a thing. So what I was trying to get her there, if the AI has the enemy in their line of sight, they will try to attack. But if they're too far away and they don't move close enough to the enemy that you're trying to attack, they won't really do anything. So by using Gather, I was trying to sort of manipulate her into actually helping me out. So as I said before with the step counter, I won't be getting a holy bottle until I go get Keel, which is not too far from now, but there really won't be any step counter abuse until then. It actually wasn't until lately that I actually looked into the memory addresses and found the step counter. It works pretty differently than Fantasia's do. And Fantasia, for every step you take, it goes down by 1. But in this game, you can take baby steps and it will eat up to 4 steps. So instead of just reaching 0 and giving you a encounter immediately, it sort of rolls between 255 and 0 multiple times until it actually reaches 0. Seeing that 255 is actually the max number in hex. It can't really go any higher and display what the exact number is. So most of the beginning is just a lot of explaining and talking. But more action will come up sooner or later. And unlike the other Tales of games, for 2D at least, there's a lot of mini games you have to play. For example, coming real soon, there's this raft mini game I'll have to play. That I'm not very too confident in doing quickly because the hitboxes on the raft are sort of janky, and there's a lot of objects you have to sort of avoid on your way down. There's no way you can really like fail it. There's just some little fun thing they tried to add in to make it more exciting, I guess. So the battles real early on are pretty basic. It's just basic 3-hit combos, but when Keel comes into the mix, it gets a little more interesting. It won't be until Udini when you'll see what I mean. So, I guess I'll explain a couple things about some of the options that I've changed. So one of the things is, one of the options will be that you probably notice that there's no voices playing on these cutscenes. Reason for that is, for some reason, for some of the dialogue boxes that come up whenever there's a voice, it'll actually be slower to get rid of them. And some of them won't even go away until the whole voice acting clip plays. So it's actually better to just get rid of that all completely. Another one is called encounter check. You've probably also noticed when I go into a enemy fight, how it sort of scans the entire battlefield to show you who you're fighting. And obviously it'd be faster to just turn that off completely as well. Battle voices don't really affect the speed of the game at all, so I keep those on. I know how much everybody loves the voice acting in this game. And you're gonna be hearing a lot of it later. So now would be a good time to sort of get used to hearing the voice clip Fireball and Demon Hammer, because there's a lot of that in this run. Alright, this battle's pretty simple. I never understood at this part, why does Farah and Merity just let him fight these guys by himself? But really, he doesn't need their help. Just 8 monks, basic fight. Yeah, there's not too much to explain early on. There's a lot of dialogue, not too many fights. One thing I can say is, compared to a lot of other Tales of runs, you get a lot of items that are worth a lot. Well, who's to say they're not black belts? You're a black belt. Using martial arts is considered a weapon. A deadly weapon at that. Alright, gonna talk to this guy and get manual mode. You literally have to tell him you prefer playing in manual, even though for beginners you won't even know what the heck that is. They'll come in handy later. It's mostly semi-auto. Grab this orange shell that's in this pot. Now, mostly for the little items that we're picking up here, it's all a part of having some stuff to sell later on. When I do find the first merchant to actually buy some holy bottles from, that's what I'll be using it for. Alright, so here's that raft minigame I was talking about. Instead of, I guess, playing a cutscene of them just rafting down a river, why don't you take control and you go down the river and bump up against everything down there. Alright, so this game is absolutely horrific to try to go through fast if you have no idea what's coming up. There goes the first bump. And when you bump up against something, you lose control for a couple seconds. And it can also cause multiple bumps, which makes it even last longer. Not bad so far, compared to what I have been doing in practice. Nope. Spoke too soon. Ooh. Nice swerve. Now, outside of just going fast in general, there's really nothing to gain for beating this in a certain time limit. There is a extra version of this that you can play somewhere else that you get a title if you beat it fast. That's all there is to it. Alright, that actually went better than I expected. Alright, so about to head over to Mitch University and go through some more dialogue to find out about Keel's whereabouts. Which then the next area after that is where we actually get Keel. That guy is usually a statue, but every now and then, he loves to just move right into my way. And for some strange reason, Merity just wants to dance. And if that wasn't bad enough, wait till you see what happens in this room. She burns the place. Rather catches something in fire and it blows up. Now for somebody blowing something up in university and blowing a hole into a wall, you'd think they'd be in more trouble for it. They don't even have to pay a cent for it. Oh yeah, we'll get the chutes and ladder later. That's pretty deep in. Alright, so now we leave. We'll be heading to Mount Minch, and that's where we'll see Keel. One of the most important characters in the run. Now, Mount Minch is one of the first areas that have what I like to call touch enemy encounters. They don't affect the step counter if you get into a fight with them. But there's really no reason for you to fight them at all. Now for the most part, they're very easy to avoid, but the pattern that they run in, they sort of all come out of this cave in a group of 3, and they run around in circles. And the second or the third zombie that comes out, they look like zombies on the overworld, but really, they're just golems and harpies. But as I was saying, on my way back, I'll have to go through a group of 3, and their pattern can vary, because one of them can move faster than the other, one of them can move slower, and it's just real confusing. You really have no idea of, you know, what look they're gonna give you. So no matter how hard you try, you could stay in the middle of 2 of them when you're trying to get out, but if the one behind you starts moving faster or the one in front of you starts moving slower, there's nothing you can really do, and it'll just force an encounter. Alright, so after he finishes over here and tries to do his best at translating what Merity has to say, we moving on and going to Nosto's cave? Yeah. So one thing I like to say is, I know somebody said that they heard me tapping. I will be doing Tales of the Destiny PS1 on Sunday. And what's really funny about that is you can actually hold one button and it'll scroll through all the text. No mashing needed. So even though I speedran that game first, and then I had to go to this, it was actually some use. It was something I had to really get used to. But it was a huge convenience for Tales of Destiny. Instant text, hold the circle button, just goes through all the text. Now they'll force us to leave after the cutscene is over. As you can see, there's a lot of these boxes here. Most of them are empty. There's one, however, that has a holy bottle inside, and that's the first one we get. Oh, get my cell phone off the table. That probably blew y'all up. Alright. Now we're gonna go right back inside just for one holy bottle. Every single one of them are empty except for this one. And that one holy bottle will get rid of one encounter. One would-be encounter. Alright, so with that holy bottle, the step counter has been completely reset. and that'll prevent what would have been an encounter. I think you get one near the end of the screen there. Alright, so I'm gonna grab a couple things before I leave here. Not gonna be using these as weapons. Alright, that's the part I was talking about, by the way. Any of those 3 zombies decrease or increase in speed, it can screw everything up. So the next cave I'll be going to, there'll be a merchant who comes out, and I'm gonna be selling quite a bit of the stuff that I've gathered up to get some extra money for some holy bottles, and I should be able to afford 14 of them. The max you can hold is 15. Perfect. Gives you just enough.
Wind blade.
Now, one thing I will say, every character in Tales of Eternia gets one battle where they're useful. Every single one. Yes, even chat. Every character in the game gets one. No character is left out. Even Max. Who? Even Max. I guess I can go ahead and tell you this, but Max is low-key the most overpowered character in the game. At least for the speedrun he is. I'd rather not explain that now, because you might forget it later. Alright, so it'll be just Reed and Keel for this fight for some strange reason, but we won't need them. So first off, I'll be giving Keel Fireball on shortcut. And if I do these 3 hits right, Egg Bear should not be able to do a thing. He's actually also weak against fire, so there's also that. Got him. Alright, not that bad. And now, Reed's gonna make some jerky. That's not exactly what I've meant by Keel being very useful. I mean, he did play a huge role in that fight, but not until later on. Alright. Give Keel this battle axe. It's way stronger than the hand axe, so there's no reason not to use it. Alright, I'm gonna use another holy bottle here. Should let me make it all the way to the village. Ooh, move, lady. The biggest enemy in RPG speedruns are not the bosses, they're not the enemies, they're the NPCs. Especially in more of the 2D games. In 3D, I guess you have a little more room to walk and they move a little bit slower, but for a game like this, the NPCs love getting in your way for these early villages. Alright, so another boss is coming up. For some reason, some people don't consider this a boss and more of just a forced enemy fight. But the insect plant has quite a bit of HP on him, so I consider him a boss. So Meridy's gonna go missing because as you can possibly tell right here that Quickie is not around, and she soon realizes it and goes to look for him. Which for some reason he decided to stumble across a forest and find himself a giant plant that could easily kill him or eat him. She doesn't even join in the boss fight either. It's everybody else but Meridy. She just stands there. Once again, could be a 4-on-1, but it's a 3-on-1. Yeah, I was right. Insect Plant has 8,800 health. That's considered a boss in my book. Alright. So I'm gonna do me a save here because just in case of something going sour. Just to be on the safe side. More often than not, Insect Plant doesn't give me any problems at all, but better be safe than sorry in this situation. Alright, another holy bottle. Prevent encounters. Alright, so Farah hasn't been doing really much for fighting yet. She does do something for this fight. She's not MVP or anything, but you'll actually see her do something for this one. That's the wrong way, Farah. That's the wrong way as well. Okay, that was kind of sloppy, but oh well. A win's a win, I'll take it. Okay, so the boss right after this is Udini, once we go to Udini's stream after a couple more cutscenes. This is the part that I was talking about where Keel will be playing a huge role. And I'll explain that a little bit more once I get there. It's still a little bit ways away. There are a couple of times where the AI, you would try to get them to use a shortcut move, and they just use it where they stand because the enemy is close to them, but they don't turn around to use it. So they end up using the skill in the wrong direction. Most of these Kramel boss fights, for the most part, are pretty easy. There are a couple that can definitely give me a challenge. One of them if I'd like to name it right now, is Volt. That's not till disc 2, but casually and through the speedrun, nobody likes Volt in this game. Especially for the fact that people who are playing on PSP even have the Volt glitch, which prevents them from progressing in the game. Yes, Celsius is also another one. Now, another thing I should say, I don't know about Yagamoth's route in Tales of Fantasia, but I do not give anybody any new armor. Their weapons are the only thing I change as far as equipment goes. Oh, and accessories. I don't get anybody any new armor. So, that leather armor that Reed's wearing right now, that basic dress that Farrah's wearing right now, they wear that for the entire run, beginning to end. So if they get caught up with a boss combo or something like that, they can easily get killed. Very, very low defense, but that can easily be cured with some healing items such as life bottles or gels, so it's not a big deal. But it does become apparent for a couple bosses, and Celsius is one of them. How different is it? It differs in a couple spots. Well, the gameplay is different as far as the combat system goes. You'd probably notice that just by watching somebody play it. One of the things is Dallas has 3 forms in Fantasia PS1, and he has 2 on Super Nintendo, I believe. And the second form's different as well. Another one is when you're trying to manipulate the step counter in Super Nintendo, running actually makes it go down by double digits. So when you run, instead of for each 1 step you take, it's 2 instead of 1. So you have to sort of walk a lot in the Super Nintendo version. You probably noticed Yagamoth do that. He probably went more into detail than I could ever do it. But in PS1, that isn't apparent. You still use holy bottles to manipulate the step counter and all, but you don't have to walk around. Alright, another holy bottle. And if you don't know, I don't really remember these spots because I just made this route. This is a fresh new route that I made, so I made it just last night on stream. So I got, you know, a text file right here and I'm looking at it. Just for a reminder. Now I haven't really fiddled with my strategy and my formations yet, but this will be a time where that starts happening, right before I fight Udini. That's where things get a little more strategical. First few fights are very, very basic, so you don't really need to go into hardcore strategy there. Alright, so this is where she is. So first, I'm going to be controlling Keel. And I'm going to be changing these formations here. Now, another thing that's different is your formations have memory banks in this game. You have up to 3. And I go ahead and preset them before I go any further here. All of them come in handy at some point. Oops. So Farah, for a majority of the game from now on, is going to be playing the role of item clerk. That's what I like to call it. She's going to be mostly distributing items to characters and mostly also playing the roles of a wall. So when attacks come our way, Farah just stands there and just blocks everything. So for this fight, Udini has a move called Spear of Baptism that has a penetrating effect. If no one blocks it, it'll hit everybody. So that's one reason why I have Farah set to that for this fight. Another thing, Keel has this glitch you can do called Jump Spell Glitch. When you jump and set a beginner spell and you continually mash it, you can rapidly fire that spell. So this goes for Fireball, Windblade, Aqua Edge. It works with Merity as well for Lightning and her beginner spells. But Fireball is the best spell for this because it shoots 3 fireballs. So I take full advantage of this glitch for majority of the fights, and it works wonders at keeping the boss hit stunned. So that's just a taste of what's coming up ahead. Now sometimes I switch between Merity using a spell on the other shortcut and Reed using attacks such as Demon Hammer and Swarm. For that situation it would have been best. Now let's see. Next boss, Sylph. I'll get to that later because that's still some ways away, but the next boss fight, Keel won't be around for it. So I actually can't spam Fireball for that one. Now that glitch has actually got a little more to it than just what I've explained. You can also use it with other spells, such as a healing spell. And if you target an enemy, you can actually heal an enemy with it as well. So it's a pretty interesting one.
Sonic Blade.
It's okay. If I do get an encounter, at the very most, it just wastes a couple of seconds. Now later on, it actually makes more of a deal than it does now, since you'll be extremely underleveled and running from fights takes forever. There's no reason to heal enemies, it's just something you can goof around with. Alright, so if you're wondering if there's any kind of skips in this game, there is just one. Now, the next area you go to is called the Force of Temptation. So, you actually don't have to do any of the puzzles in this place. We're going to skip this completely. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to angle myself just right where the trigger is to prompt you to go inside. About right here. I'm going to cancel it, and we're right through. Now, if I wanted to right now, I could go straight to Inferior City, which is the next place. But the game sadly does not work like that. So this is what I'm gonna do. I have to go through the exit, watch every cutscene inside, go through the entrance, then go skip through it again, go through the exit again, then leave. Then I can go to Inferior City. The game sort of works on cutscene triggers. If you don't watch every cutscene that it wants you to, the game will not progress. So, unluckily, I can't just, skip the forest and go. But although this does look kind of slow and seems to waste more time than actually just doing it normally, there are actually some puzzles in here that take some time. One of them involves killing, I think, 4 or 5 enemies. And another one involves going to certain areas and making statues face a certain direction. So, it is actually faster. These are one of those dialogue boxes I was talking before. Even though the voices aren't on, and it showed up for that long, it wouldn't let me skip it. So, I guess they had it in mind even though the voices aren't even on. Here, look at this line of text for this long, as if the voices are actually playing. Now, if I did have the voices on, I still couldn't skip it. But there's some dialogue boxes actually like that wouldn't let you skip if you had the voices on. And if you turn them off, you can skip them immediately. That one, you can't do that with, sadly. Alright, so we're back at the entrance again. Gonna use another one. So I'm getting encounter. So we're gonna skip through this again. Same strategy and everything. I don't think that angle is right. Oh, no, I got it. Alright. So now we're gonna go through the exit again, and as soon as we go into the exit, we just leave and go straight to Inferior City, which a cutscene plays as soon as you go into Inferior City. So that's how you know if you did the skip correctly. Oops. Yeah, I made a couple movement errors, but like I said, not a big deal. Alright, we can just straight up leave now. Alright, so Inferior City, there's really not much to do but just more dialogue. Do make a shopping trip, by the way. Udini did give us some pretty valuable things when we defeated her. That will fetch... they will fetch a hefty price. Can't even talk today. Alright. So, Udini dropped a mental ring and what else? Yeah, talisman. Gave us 20,000. This is where we actually start getting all of our supplies. Get about 11. Now, flare bottles. This is a speedrunner's best friend. Now, I won't be using them just yet, but what flare bottles do in this game, they increase physical attack by 30%, but they decrease your physical defense by 20%. So it's more of a double-edged sword in that regard. But because it actually debuffs your defense, there's actually a good side to it. You can actually stack it with sharpness, which also increases your attack. That on top of a warrior symbol, which what I'll be getting later, will increase Reed's output damage by massive amounts. This will become very, very apparent later on once I get deeper into the game. Especially with Max, but like I said, that's no time soon. Alright, so gotta go full around these areas. Gotta go show him Keel's thesis. He throws it away like trash. Go to the church, get everybody mad. Then the cards come up, take us away. King tries to drown, but doesn't happen. Alright, I gotta head to the church. As we're talking to this guy. Celestians are considered cannibals in this world. So that guy was just questioning if Mary was a Celestian. Kind of like Symphonia and the Half-Elves if you think about it. Where he tries to save the day, but all of a sudden there's a ladder. Alright, taking control again. All I have to do is go to a room they have reserved for us, that they conveniently give us after trying to kill us. Oh boy, Sheena discussion. Don't go too hard on him, Jay. There's literally nothing good about Sheena. Hey, but think of it this way. If you give her a card of lightning and a bunch of lightning resistant stuff, she can actually absorb Volt's attacks. But at the same time, she can't even hurt her. So no matter what, she can stay alive in that fight. Like if you're bad enough to where Volt takes everybody out, she'll stay alive no matter what. But nah, in my opinion, the worst thing about her is when you're forced to use her for the Kuchinawa fight. Because fighting that guy with her sucks, and the worst part is, after you lose to them, you can't even go back. So if you didn't even save before, you're screwed. He just leaves. How in the world were you even supposed to know that was a one-time fight? Like, first time playing. I know most people would probably save beforehand, but still. And don't they like lock you into the village too? Ugh. Look, if you want to interrupt the sword dancer, just use photon. Perfect. So alright, let's start a ruckus. Let's start some discussion here. Let's ask the hard-hitting questions here. Alright, so listen up. When Tales of Symphonia Chronicles came out on PS3 last year, or whenever it did, I got it, played Symphonia and beat it like 5 times. I never played Dawn of the World in my life. How many of y'all here think I should give it a try? Even though I never played it before, heard all the opinions in the world about it. Do y'all think I should still play it? Like, I'm a real curious person, right? I'm a real curious person. You know, I like dipping my hand where, you know, some people say you shouldn't dip it. I was just thinking, should I really play this game? I mean, it's on the disc and I bought it for $40. It's like 20 goes to Symphonia, the other 20 goes to Dawn of the New World. What do I do? Yeah, if I play it, I'll play it on stream. No doubt. Like, my viewers want me to play that so bad, but I was just thinking, do I really want to do this? I ain't playing the Japanese version. Why would I do that? It's a perfect English version right there. I can understand anything. And good old dub. Spoken in my first language. Oh no, I'm not going by people's opinions. I don't ever do that. That's how you ruin the experience for yourself. Going by other opinions. Alright, so I don't know if you've been paying attention to anything in the cutscenes at all. So Keel is out of the party as of right now. And so this guy will be joining instead. Very temporarily, but he'll be in the party. So the next area we'll be going to is Sylph Cave. And I won't have Keel with me to spam fireballs. So this is one of the very, very little times that I actually can do fireball spam strats. So gotta switch it up a little bit here. Ras himself has some pretty good skills, which I'll explain once I get a little further. Symphonia was great, but honestly, after playing Abyss for a while and then going back, I noticed where it lacks in terms of the battle system. I'll probably get crucified by some people by saying that, but that's truly how I feel. I feel it falls behind Abyss in quite a few things in terms of battle system. One of the things is the AI. You have way better control of the AI in Abyss than Symphonia. Now, I can't speak for like Vesperia. I never played Vesperia in my life. I know a lot of people love to bring it up with me, but I never played that game, so can't speak for that. Really, until Zestiria, I never played any of the, what I like to call the New Age Tales of games. Haven't played Zillia or Graces either. So there's a lot I've missed over the years. Mainly due to me not caring to play them at the time. Whoa. Not counting for side titles like Radiant Mythology, because I played 1 and 2. Which both are great games, by the way. Man, I even played the PS2 Japanese only tales too. Didn't beat them all, but I don't know if that sale's still going on, but on PSN, they had a huge Tales of sale where they were selling all Tales of games at discount prices, but that's probably long gone. This one gets me sometimes. It's really weird how this one works. Sometimes it stays as long as it's supposed to, and other times it'll just stay there for a split second. It's like it's mocking me. Alright, I'm gonna grab this assault dagger here. So, for this setup, I'm going to be controlling Ross myself. And, alright, so, next boss is Sylph. This guy, I'd say, besides Symphonia's Sylph, is probably one of the more annoying ones. He is very, very small. He loves to teleport to the other side of the battlefield, and he loves to cast spells after he is far enough away from the party. And he'll shoot arrows as well. He has two friends with him that are just called arms. Now, as far as Ras goes, his good skill to use here is Dragon Swarm. And I forgot to set Reach Demon Hammer here. So, what you want to do after killing all his arms is try to ground Sylph as much as possible. Ooh, that's not good. Ooh, this is actually going terrible now. Yup. But yeah, this guy was a huge run killer for me when I was running this game. So, I almost expect to lose this guy sometimes. I don't think I've ever had it this bad to where the arms actually didn't die. I'm gonna try to bring this one back. Oh, and also an FYI here. If a character dies after you apply a buff, you have to reapply the buff. So, for things such as flare bottles and such, you have to use another flare bottle. Oh no. You cannot leave him unattended for too long. And the main damage that actually gets dealt to this boss is actually Grave, so it's very, very important to keep him grounded as much as possible.
Sonic Blade. Demon Hammer. Demon Hammer.
Now at this point I don't use Dragon Swarm anymore. I just try to hit him as much as possible to keep him on the ground. Killed Merity again. Okay, alright. Wouldn't be a speedrun without a challenge. Now, luckily for me, that's probably the toughest fight for a while. Up next is Efreet, and he is laughable compared to this guy. But yeah, at least on the bright side, it kind of shows you how important Keel really is to the party. Use this one to get back on track. Yes, Efreet is very easy. You'll see soon. He can do one thing to make it kind of scary, but overall, he's laughable. Especially compared to Sylph. Most annoying thing to me are small targets that can teleport and can hit from afar. Nasty combination. Alright, so that is the end of Ross being in the party. He leaves as soon as you beat Sylph. So that's pretty much the end of him. Yeah, my PB currently is 4 hours and 48 minutes, if you were wondering. I don't know where this is compared to that right now, because my splits aren't up. It's just a timer right now. Not really worried about that. Not trying to go for world record. I probably would have reset by now if I was worried about that. And look who it is. Keela's back. Alright, we don't really do too much, you know, shifting around with the Kramos. But the important one that we get out of all the Kramos is sharpness, which won't be till later on. Alright, so Holy Bottle first. Now, we have an aerial board, so there's no more need for just walking around on world maps. Aerial board can even go over water. So we'll be heading to around Chambard, which is on the other side of the map. So it'll take a bit before I get there. Mashing. It was just a weird game overall. Like all the mechanic changes and all. I just felt like they got a little too experimental. Like it didn't ruin the game for me, it's just, why did you change all this? That's what I was asking mostly. Graces doesn't have any aerial combat? Everyone kept telling me it was a 3D version of Destiny PS2. That sucks. Oh, that's not good. Alright, so Udini gave us this shield so we can enter this area at Reach George. Udini actually has HP for when it runs out. You start actually taking damage. But we don't have to worry about that since we just run past through here. Even if you're not in the really hot area, such as right here, the HP actually goes down. And it informs you at the top of the screen about every few seconds. But this place is extremely short. we're gonna change to formation 3 here. Now it might look weird what this formation looks like. Formation 3 will have Keel in the front lines. So that means Efree is gonna be right in my grill. So if everything goes right, he doesn't punch me in the face. Whoops. Edge, okay. And perfect. Now, I put Aqua Edge because obviously he's fire, so it's gonna do more damage. Now I'm rapid firing these Aqua Edges, and as you hit him, he sort of stops for a couple seconds. He doesn't really, I guess, have a hit stun animation. He just sort of looks at you. But this is what I mean. Now the rhythm's set, like he can't do a thing. He's done. Boom. Over. And that's what I meant. Now compare that to Sylph. Wasn't that easy? Alright, gotta give this to Merity. Now, that plan could have backfired. There is one look Efree can give you where if he doesn't get interrupted fast enough, he will grab Keel in this sort of choke slam looking grab and he will explode and Keel will die. That doesn't mean it's over because you can just revive him immediately and it'll just go back to normal, but it's sort of a chance you can take with him. Alright, so we're nearing to the end of Disc 1. Just one more boss to go. Don't want to know about Fringe. I know how to play this game, Rarity. Must have made some movement mistakes. It's supposed to last until the next room. Anyway, supposed to use it in this next room. Oops. Losing my sense of direction. Yeah, you can easily take extra steps unintentionally, and that can sort of screw up the Holy Bottle route. I mean, Jay, that's why they say might. It's a lot to take in, and it can really seem intimidating trying to run them at the first time. They're pretty lengthy. Some things can seem too hard for them, and they don't want to put in the time to learn said strats. Now everybody's got the passion, you know?
Demon Hammer!
Alright, so now we have all the Kreml spirits in this world being Etheria. We can head over to Mount Farlos, which was that Not that crescent moon area, it's a little bit south of that. You actually didn't see it on the map. Yeah. Like, practice may seem like something real simple. It may seem like when somebody tells you that, they're not really being that helpful in telling you that, but practice goes a long way. Believe me. And another thing, just because it seems easy in practice, you can still mess it up in speedrunning. That happens a lot. Not with just these games, any game. Another important thing is patience. Don't expect godly like results doing like less than 5 attempts. Like if you hype yourself a little bit too much, that's when you set yourself up for a lot of disappointment. And I feel like some people do that to themselves too. Oops, I'm supposed to buy something. My bad. You know what I can't stand? And I never get used to it. This feels like a stupid excuse, but hear me out on this. I switched back between playing the Japanese versions and the English versions of games, and I swear that X button, circle button, switch around nonsense messes me up so much. Like I'll be trying to menu something, right? I'm supposed to press X, but I press circle, which is cancel on English. But circle's confirm on Japanese. I hate that so much. And I swear it screws me up so much. But anyway. Alright, so this is the final dungeon of Disc 1. It's kind of lengthy, but it's nothing too tough. Party will be split up at a certain point here too. Well, I say party and it's really just Farah. Rocks. I mean, I wouldn't mind it so much if you could switch them around, but not every game gives you that luxury. We all can't be happy. Oh yeah, I know something like that. I think the PSP actually does that too, because I remember playing Fantasia X. I think Narikiri Dungeon does that. It's real weird. Like you press circle to confirm to go into the save menu, but it wants you to press X to confirm to save a file or something like that. I don't know, it was stupid. Never understood that. It was one of the Japanese Tales games I was playing on PSP and it made me do that. Gotta grab that. That's an emerald ring. That little ring is a godsend. So for those of you who don't know what the emerald ring does, it reduces TP usage by 1/3. And later in the game, I can get something called a fairy ring that'll reduce TP usage by 50%. But we won't need the fairy ring, and I'll explain why later. Technically, it does come in use, but not for those reasons I just explained. Pretty funny. Alright, that's a warrior symbol. It's another accessory. That one increases physical damage by 10%. So, that's very important for me to have. Use another holy bottle. And over here, there's a trident. It's a water-based weapon that has good thrust on it. We'll be using that for an upcoming boss. No boss anytime soon, but it'll have its use. It's a certain boss that's weak against water. Oh boy, that place. Who here remembers Chat's Hut? Now, who here likes that place? Yeah, you probably already know where I'm going with that. The boss there. He's weak against water. For a first time playthrough, that place sucks. Because you have no clue where to go. Alright, so we're going to use Quickie here to drop some ropes for us. And that should be the last one. Good job, Quickie. The area where you can grab these ropes are really, really weird, so that's why I sort of shift around when trying to grab these ropes. There's other areas that's like that too. Just compared to the other classic Tales of games, the whole movement is just strange compared to it. It's real simple in the others compared to this. And our boy Ras is here too. But he's gonna be leaving. Won't ever see him again. Alright. Now, Emerald Ring, Warrior Symbol, and Salt Dagger. Salt Dagger has no element tied to it, but it's the best weapon to use for Demon Hammer. While Trident would be better for Swarm, but the damage it deals isn't better than the Assault Dagger at this point. Alright, so we're gonna see a different spell used for this boss. I'm gonna give Windblade to Keel and Lightning to Merity. Both are really far away spells that you don't have to be anywhere close to them to be effective. So look who it is. Raz, after being in the party for one moment, betrays us. This is the boss fight, by the way, if you haven't figured it out. Now, that's another boss fight. He can pose a threat, but he has to do it extremely early. If he doesn't, then he's toast. The spell barrage will put him in constant hit stun and he can't do a thing. Oops, where is Lightning? Alright. Oh no. Now usually he'll use Dragon Flash at the very beginning of the fight and I will hit everybody and do massive damage, but I don't know, he actually came kind of weak that time. But yeah, fight's over. He's just gonna get constantly hit. As you can see, the combo hits just racking up. He can't do a thing. He's just done. Sorry, Ras. Alright, so this is the first time I'll actually have to change discs. After this cutscene, it'll prompt me to change my disc. Now, disc 1 is fairly short. Disc 2 is actually the bulk of the game, while disc 3 is about as long as disc 1. I don't know, a lot of PS1 RPGs seem to follow that whole thing, since I remember Final Fantasy VII's final disc not being long. Alright, let's change discs. Oh snap, I had them in the wrong order. Almost put in disc 3. Now, fun fact, you want to hear a sad story? So listen up. When I was playing this game early on, I actually got extremely far into the run and I had a really good pace going. So disc 2 ends, right? Time to put in disc 3. Alright, I'll open up my PS2, put in my disc, but guess what? The disc could not be read. I regretted wasting that time, that day, I was very upset. I think I was about 4 hours in on the last disc with about an hour or less left of the run, and then I get a disc cannot be read. Yeah, that felt real bad. The worst part about it, I got perfect luck on Ifrit's Cavern in that run as well, which I'll explain that a little bit later. That is on disc 2. That was my PS2 fat though. I no longer use that. We are currently on a PS2 Slim 90,001. So we're on the latest model right here. Yeah, combo. I know you remember that. Alright, all I gotta do in Iman is meet certain people and go back to Merity's house. At that time, I really hated using Amaret because I just never knew when it was going to start dropping frames, but I figured out what the problem was. It was just a codec issue. Oh yeah, I know this is completely unrelated to the game I'm playing, but I got a highlight on my Twitch channel somewhere. Okay, so I was speedrunning Tales of Fantasia PS1. I get all the way to the end. I get to the second form of Daus, which is called Phaser Daus. He's a really stupid boss because he spams a lot. Now, I was about a good 5-6 minutes ahead, but I wasn't really minding the run too much because I had my eyes set on a certain target time. But that's besides the point. Have you ever had in your life ever experienced you fighting the boss, all of a sudden the game just glitches out, has all sort of fuzzy mess all over the screen, and just freezes up? You can't do a thing. You just sit there and it just glitches up the music. It was playing skill voice clips after every 10 seconds. Oh, Mofasafa's got the link. That's the one. That was the most ridiculous thing in the world. I have never seen that ever in my life. Like, I was mad, but I was more entertained than mad, if that makes any sense. I was just laughing at it. Had nothing to do with the gift combo. I know y'all were saying that too. Oh yeah, I gotta pick the fair. But yeah, here's the thing. My discs aren't really scratched up either. They're in really good condition. I make sure when I bought them in very good condition. I mean, if I'm paying over $100 for Tales of Destiny 2 / Tales of Eternia, and I'm paying about $80 for Tales of Destiny PS1, they better be in good condition, at the very least. Yeah, I know they're rare. Not many people have the copies, but man, can you imagine paying that much and the disc is in bad shape? Yeah, Destiny PS2. I'm very interested in that game. I already made a route for Leon's side. I just haven't practiced it enough to actually try to run it. That one's gonna be a toughie. But it's very short. It shouldn't be too much more than 3 hours. I say the PSP version of this is good. I don't think they really made any real changes besides, you know, resolution and stuff like that. You should expect that though, it's on a handheld. Same goes for Tales of the Abyss 3DS. It's gonna, I don't know, I think the PSP version performs just as well as PS1. 3DS, from what I've been hearing for Tales of the Abyss, has frame drop issues in some spots, more than the PS2, if you can believe that. Destiny PS2 is... whew. If you played PS1 and then you get the PS2, I don't even know how to explain it. You just gotta see it yourself. And I do like both of them. I kind of wish it got kind of a remake in the way that Fantasia Cross Edition got made. The CC system. Whoops. I did not want to do that. Alright, so coming up next is what I like to call break time of the speedrun. So when we go back to the I'm in Trey station, and once I get inside, there'll be this mini game that'll start where you have to make these stops and deliver mail to people. So no way in the world I'm going to stop for any reason at all. So the fastest way to get through it is just put the controller down and let it do its own thing. When I'm doing attempts of this, I usually tell everybody in my stream, go make you a sandwich, go get you something to drink, use the bathroom, anything you can. And I do that myself. I just mute my mic and I just go do my thing. So there's really nothing to it but that. And it lasts about, I think about a minute and a half. So it gives you plenty of time to do what you need. So, just telling y'all that ahead of time, it's going to be very uneventful. There's nothing you will miss, I promise you. And now it begins. I'm not even touching my controller right now. Perfect time to drink some water.
Decrease speed! Brake!
Just relax.
I see it.
Now that I think about it,
Decrease speed. Brake.
I don't even remember if you get anything for delivering all the letters. Literally for fun, that's all it is. Now soon after this, there'll be another train game, but I'll actually have to do something with that one. It involves throwing bombs at these enemies on these minecarts that somehow can catch up to a train. I don't know how that works, but they can catch up. That one's not too bad. If they reach the very end of the left of the screen, you get an encounter. You can run away from it.
Decrease speed.
So,
Brake.
it's not the end of the world if you get one. Oh, it's a Merity title. Okay, so I was right. Nothing useful.
I see it.
Decrease speed. Brake.
Oh yeah, Whis. AKA this game's version of Uno. You don't even have to play that. You can just end it immediately. But like I said, this is what I mean by the game added in just a bunch of mini games. There's other ones you can do out of the way, but why would I do that? I feel like they got sort of gimmicky with some of these. The worst one's Eiford's Cavern by far, though. That place is the devil. Alright, all there is to do in this town is just dialogue. There's nothing really exciting about this place. Honestly, I should have brought that up too. Probably could take more like 2.5 minutes. Shouldn't take you that long to make a sandwich. Only the person in the world who has trouble making a sandwich is Rain. She makes it with just bread, no toppings. What a cook. That always kills me. Failed to make a sandwich. I was playing through Abyss the other day, right? And I had Guy pretty much cooking everything. And I finally found the sushi recipe. And whenever Guy fails it, it said like, Guy burned cooking sushi. And there were so many people in my chat who was getting upset about that. How do you burn sushi? Yeah, Kratos and Lloyd don't like tomatoes, so they don't put it in their any food they make. I mean, it makes sense. If you don't like a certain topping on food, why would you put it in your food when you're cooking it? Well, I guess the rice. But still. Nah, there were no eels in that sushi. I don't even think you can get eels as a food to put in something. You get a lot of kind of fish, but as far as I remember, no eels. In this part, Meredy has a little flashback of her and Giselle. Spoilers, that's her mother. Sorry guys, I just dropped a huge spoiler on you. I'm a terrible person. I think the Safer Trials is really cool in this game. One of them you get to play as an egg bear. We'll get to that soon enough. It's the only time where you get to play as an egg bear. Little rabbit cat thing? That's Quickie. It's Meredy's pet. Alright. Second train minigame. Alright, so the way I go about this, when I see the enemy first appear from the right side of the screen, I drop a bomb. And usually that works. Now, some of the enemies try to be smart, and when you start to pull out a bomb, they'll either increase their speed or slow down to try to juke you, if you will. Like that. Now you get a total of 4. If you go a while without dropping a bomb, I'm gonna get an encounter. But anyway, if you go a while without dropping a bomb, your bombs will refill back up. But like I said, it's not a problem. Ooh, they were on the left side. Wasn't expecting that. I forgot to turn Sylph off. I usually don't do that till later, because I don't expect to get any encounters that would be long enough to summon anything. But anyway, you get to see Sylph. Oh man, I am slipping. That's 2. It's not a big deal though. You can run away from all of them, so they can show up as much as they want. They cannot do a thing to me. I think this is about the only time where you see the enemy outside of the battle, and it's actually somewhat accurate to the enemy you fight. Mount Minch, you see zombies, but you don't fight zombies. They're golems and harpies. But this, it actually strikes some resemblance to the enemy you actually fight. Ooh. This went completely flawless in my practice, but can't be easy all the time, can it? Ooh, get out of here. Look at that. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention. When the tracks sort of separate a little bit, if you notice it, for some reason, they cannot be hit during that part. I don't know why. But that could potentially force an encounter. Oh, he's going full speed ahead. Sorry, Buster. No, I'm not hurting yet. Wait till the right boss, then. You'll see. Really? Oh no. Come on now. Alright. Alright. 2 encounters. Not bad, but I can easily do encounterless. Alright, so in Gnome's Mine, that's another location where I do abuse of save and load. The green save gem is at the very beginning, and at the very beginning I'll be going in this tool shed, and you can only bring 1 tool out of 3. The first one I'll bring is dynamite to clear away these rocks. After I blow up all the ones that I need to, I'll need to come all the way back and get a key to activate this lift. So instead of just walking all the way back, just save and load, and I'll be all the way back here. I'll have them do all that unnecessary traveling. Just dynamite. Now when it's telling me to run here, it actually does it by itself. So I actually don't have to move. A lot of people probably thought you actually have to move yourself. And this is the last boulder. And that little lift back there needs a key. Not only is this faster to go back, waste less holy bottles in doing so. Alright, we're gonna soft reset. And we're back. See how quick that was? Alright, so right below this lift here, the party's gonna want to play some cards. Luckily for me, I can opt out of playing just by pressing triangle, which I will be doing. Got no time for your card games. Yep, if they forced me to play it, then I would, but since they don't force it, I ain't gotta play it, and I won't. Yeah, there's no one else who currently runs this yet. Card will give me some more dynamite or some more boulders I gotta bust. Oh fuck. I went the wrong way. It's my bad. Not a big deal. The end of the area is just down here. Now, the next boss is Gnome. If you haven't figured it out by now, it's Gnome Mine. So, but he's another easy boss. He's weak against wind. So, take a guess what spell I'm about to use. Windblade. Now, this boss is a little unique from the others. In the background, you'll see these smaller gnomes in the back, and they throw rocks in random places. Sometimes when the battle begins, they hit me at the very beginning. But outside of that, nothing else really happens. It's just Windblade, Demon Hammer. If you're good enough, you won't even see Gnome on your screen. He'll be so far to the right, he'll just be dead within probably less than a minute. Yeah, right. Oh, he used Grave. I never seen that before. Oh no, I was wrong. He is on my screen. And Reed's behind him, so now he's gonna stay on my screen. At least you can see how much damage I'm. Oh no, he actually got that off. What? Oh no, I'm not gonna lose to you. Reed died. Oh no. Oh, Fair's gonna revive him. Kill another apple gel just in case. That's the first time he's actually killed somebody. Well, dug my own grave with that one. Anyway, he was nothing. He was nothing at all. Free. But yeah, you want bosses when you're fighting them to be off screen. If they're off screen, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. There's no situation where you want them on your screen. If they're on your screen, they're too close to you. Because the formation is set to have all the spellcasters in the back. So if they're on screen, they're closing in. And everything can get really messed up if you let them get back there. There are a couple of bosses who have moves that can make them move extremely fast, and they're able to get all the way to the back with it. Guardian, the next boss, has something like that. Chazelle's final form also has something like that, where she just dashes. One time when I was doing a run, she dashed all the way to the back where my party was, and as far as I can remember, I don't think I won that fight. But yep, guess what's next? Chat's Hut. Hoo boy. Alright, so Chat's Hut, the next dungeon has 8 floors. On each floor, your objective is to find a duck and find a spring, to stick in this hole, and to go to the next floor. That's all there is to it. But the thing is, there's a lot of goofy puzzles you have to do in order to obtain these. Some of them are extremely easy, others are crazy things such as solving quizzes. I don't think I got stuck on that rock before. Merity, don't step on that. Ah, sleeping gas. Now, as far as things with triggering the step counter and making it go down, this place is very weird in that regard. A lot of the rooms on each floor look very similar, but even though they look the same, some of them don't actually lower the step counter for some strange reason. When I was first running this and I didn't know this fact, it really messed me up. Because as I said before, if you use a holy bottle in an area without random encounters, it resets the step counter to 0, triggering a fight as soon as you get into an area that lowers the step counter. Since I thought every single floor was the same. Alright, so there's our first duck. Now we gotta get the spring. It's not too far from here. In that hallway where there was another door I could have went through. That's where the spring is. Alright, here's a little... I don't even know if I can call this a puzzle. All you gotta do is hit all of these. And whatever arrow or direction the arrow's pointing, that door opens. So all of them are locked until it points to this one. And there's our spring. So floor 8 is down. And there you go. Door open. Alright, so the gimmick for this floor are these statues. Go through this, break this statue, and look, there's a duck. Alright, I'm gonna hug this wall over here because that middle statue, his eyes light red and it triggers an encounter. And you can completely dodge that if you just go far enough away from it. Alright, so the gimmick of this place, this one is goofy. Sorcerer's Ring. There's fake walls that you can burn with the Sorcerer's Ring. And both of these fake walls are where the items are located, which are the spring and a rubber ducky. And another fake wall here. Ain't this a funny dungeon? Are you laughing yet? Alright, so level 5. Gimmick here, quizzes. Sweater. And next one is joke. Oh, snap. I meant to go through here. There's other spots with actual quizzes, but they give you other things. I don't know what to say about the gimmick of this floor. I guess caves would be the answer. This one isn't really too hidden. The next one, that one's a laugh. It's in a closet. Alright, basement 3. I don't think there's really a gimmick with this. You just gotta look for them. Alright, these 2 sacks here is gonna be a pine gel and a blue talisman. That blue talisman, I won't use it for the effect it actually has, which it just increases defense by 10%. But if you use a room bottle on it, it gives you another warrior symbol. And that is useful. Alright, the gimmick of this floor are pictures. Hey look, it's Rudy. See the resemblance? Gotta face that one right. The next one is a Ston painting. Gotta face this one left. Hey. And one more painting. Philia. Downward. Now, when you first do this, you'll have no idea what these do. But if you put those in those order, these 2 staircases to my left and right actually draw in unless you do that. So they make you do that no matter what. Can't progress without doing it. Alright, so for here, just picking up books and putting them back on the bookshelf. And for the duck, there's going to be a room full of barrels that you have to sort of rearrange around, and then the duck's in the top right of the room. But they probably expected me to do it in a different way, but I'm going to sort of cheat it. If you push this barrel a little bit to the right, you can actually still reach the toy duck. Not sure what they had in mind there, but either way, don't matter. Oh look, it's a Gundam. That is our next boss. That is the Guardian. So this is where you use the Trident, by the way. And instead of Demon Hammer, we're going to use Swarm and Aqua Edge. Now this boss can move extremely fast if he wants to, and he has a lot of projectile attacks.
Aqua Edge! Aqua Edge! Aqua Edge! Aqua Edge!
Alright, so Flare Bottle Reed. Change the fireball.
Aqua Edge! Sword! Sword! Fireball!
See, that's that dash attack I was talking about. Oh no. Yeah, he's going all over the place now.
Fire! Fireball! Sword! Sword! Fireball! Fire! Fireball! Fireball! Fireball!
Yeah, here is sound. He's trying to dash.
Sword! Fireball!
This is why Fireball is so important. It's containing him.
Fireball!
He's trying to make it over to the left where I am, but it keeps him from doing that. So yeah, Guardian can be a pushover, or he can give you trouble within like the first 5 seconds. But usually after that, it just calms down. Okay, so gonna fringe. Now Merity's gonna get sharpness. So Grave and Ice Needles is all she needs for attack spells. So sharpness is a buff spell that increases physical attack, and it can be stacked alongside with a flare bottle and also with a warrior symbol, which total, I believe, goes around 50% buff for physical attacks. Oh boy, and speaking of, the next boss, Celsius. Oh, and as I said before, Fireball couldn't be more helpful than this upcoming boss fight. Not only for the hit stun, but she's weak against Fireball. Perfect. I couldn't ask for any more. She has quite a bit of health on her too. But yeah, it's pretty much gonna be a back-to-back here. Right after Celsius, there's gonna be one cutscene. We return to Iman, and then Hyades shows up again. Hyades is easy. He just has a lot of HP, and he's kind of tanky. That's all there is to it. It's kind of a boring fight compared to some of the others. So now we actually have a ship. So we actually can do some sea traveling. Alright, we actually don't take control of the ship. She automatically goes to the next destination. So there's no need for that. Skip that cutscene too. And after Hyades, his Volt. Whew, boy. Yeah, these next two Kreml fights are more of the tougher ones. And stepping outside, it's freezing cold. And Keel turns into a popsicle. But somehow I can still move using him. $200. I bought mine for about 108, I believe. I got mine off of eBay. Was in good condition too. I had to jump on it. If you have a PSP though, it's a lot cheaper. PSPs are also not region locked, so you can even play Japanese games on it if you want to. Alright, so we need a heavy cloak for Keel. If you haven't figured out, we're giving them some nice gear for the cold weather. Incoming loud jingles, by the way. Alright, get a cape for Merity. Any you can get digitally. If you have a PS TV, if you have a Japanese PSN account, I think you can grab one there. I'm not 100% sure on that. And get a poncho for Farah. Talk to the clerk to give Reed his gear. Okay, so yeah, that's confirmed. I think every single Tales of game that was on PSP is on PSN store. And if you got a PS TV, you can go get it and play it. Alright, heading to the field and off to Mount Celsius. Not much to say about going to Mount Celsius and everything you have to get through to get to her. Just a couple of ice blocks you have to melt. Gotta get you some oil and burn this pillar down. There's one forced encounter, by the way. There's this ice block that you melt with the sorcerer's ring, and a zombie comes out and just jumps towards you immediately. You can't even move while that's going on, so it's impossible to get out of it. So that's one of the forced encounters in the game. You don't have to kill them though, you can run away from that fight as well. Alright, we're gonna need this. This is a freeze charm. There's a status effect in this game called freeze that is terribly dangerous if it happens to anybody. It'll keep you frozen, and if someone hits you while you're frozen, you take massive amounts of damage. But not only it does that, it also has some ice resistance to it, which is more of the reason why I'm getting it for Reed. Alright, it's the pillar we burned down. Pillar ball again. Okay, this is the forced encounter, by the way. I cannot move here. Oops. Don't use a snowball. Don't use a snowball. Alright, we're out. Reed had to take an L there, but it was for a good cause. So move over to this menu here. Okay, we're gonna move back to Demon Hammer. Gonna equip Reed with the battle pick and it's freeze charm. Oh. Gonna make sure everybody's fully healed for this, because really bad things can happen in this fight. If you're gonna get the PSP version, most sellers, from what I saw when I first bought the PSP version on eBay, they let you know if it had the Volt glitch or not. You can ask them. I don't know what sites you'd rather use, because I don't buy anything from like Amazon or anything like that. The one I bought from, he told me if it had the Volt glitch or not. Also, when you first get your game, and if you don't know it has the Volt glitch, you can go on GameFAQs and download a save that goes directly to Volt, and you can test it there to see if it locks up. Alright, got a buff up Reed. Flare Bottle. Merity uses Sharpness on him, and he has a Warrior Symbol on him. Now, this is one of the fights I actually pay very close attention to Reed's HP, because as you can see, a couple of hits, and it drains real fast. So Farrah's just standing there, and she's doing no actions, since if there's any actions going on with any of these characters, you have to wait till it's over before they can use any items. So I have her standing there and playing the role of item distributor in this case. It's going pretty nicely, as long as Reed doesn't die. Oh, the glitch drop. You can hear her screaming every time she gets hit with a fireball. Should be close to dying. She must have blocked a lot of Reed's hits. But yeah, there's a reason I said she's got a lot of HP. Oh, I know why. Merity's not even casting. I wasn't even looking at that. Whatever. I was like, wait. Should have been dead a while ago. What's going on? And yeah, Merity ran out of TP. I wasn't even paying attention. That entire fight I was looking straight at Reed's HP bar. Nothing else. But it's fine. As long as you keep your barrage of fireball and demon hammers, she should not pose too much of a threat. Oh, goes to Keel's cage. Whew. Yes, you cannot cast that fast normally. What the jump spell glitch does, you set it to a shortcut. It has to be a low level spell such as Fireball or Windblade or Aqua Edge. And the first time when you cast, okay, you know you have a casting period where it's charging up. So after it does the first one, it doesn't, charge for any more casting. It just shoots out immediately. But that's after the very first spell. It'll start doing that. Now you have to really watch your TP when you're doing it too, because your TP will start going down real fast. I have an Emerald Ring on, and I'll still run out of TP for a level 1 spell such as Fireball. You run out of TP, he'll stop doing it, and then you'll have to start it all over again, which takes a little bit. Yeah, the big glitch is probably the full glitch, if they're talking about PSP. Alright, so there's just a cutscene here where the party's eating a feast. It's the town's way of thanking them for getting rid of their snow problem. And right after that, we'll have to go straight to Iman and fight old Hyades. I know, yeah. Hades takes a little bit because he has a resistance to a lot of elements, and fire is one of them. And he has 45,000 HP. Celsius had 33,333. As you can see, Reed is just excited to get him some food. Nah, you gotta train yourself to stay up late night. Everybody who first did late nights couldn't do it. Just train yourself. It's nothing after you do it a couple times. There was a time when I first played Dark Souls 2 on stream, and I was racing somebody to the end, and I was up playing that for 50 hours on stream. I probably never felt so much dead in my life, but in the end I feel like it was worth it. It was a really fun and interesting stream. There was also another time, it was really recently, it was like a couple months ago. I was playing Tales of Destiny PS2, and I was doing that extra dungeon. What was it, the Arcana Ruin? And I was grinding in there. And I think I was up for 24 hours just doing that. I did nothing else. Alright, Iman isn't too far, it's just straight north from here. Alright, so you want to know something really weird? You see the two shortcuts here, Fireball on O2, Demon Hammer on R2. When I get into this fight, and Merida returns into the party as the fight's going on, Reed's Demon Hammer shortcut will be gone. I have no clue why that happens. That's just a strange little thing I noticed. I have to reset it once I get into this fight. See? No, not Lightning Blade. Menuing error. Alright, so this boss is pretty uneventful. It's just this for nearly a minute. So like I said, if you like Fireball and Demon Hammer voice clips, you'll love this run. Man, that was like a 53 hit combo.
Fireball! 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 Hammer! Fireball!
It lasts for so long that you actually run out of TP, so I gotta refill on that when the time comes. And like I said, I have an Emerald Ring, and I still have to refill on TP. Got him. Yeah, and a little bit of Ice Needles or Grave. That's just about it. Sometimes Merida will just cut in and say it. But for the most part, it's Fireball and Demon Hammer. It's more Fireball than anything else, though. How am I casting this fast? It's the jump spell glitch. Okay, so just assign Fireball to a shortcut, such as L2 or R2. Jump, start mashing the button that you set Fireball to, or any low level spell. It doesn't have to be just Fireball. And as you keep mashing, oh, I gotta go up here. As you keep mashing it, it'll insta cast after you do the first Fireball, until you either run out of TP or you get hit. You can easily prevent that by using TP restoration items. So, if you didn't get the gist, Hiatus came to this town and just absolutely destroyed it. Killed people. Those two things in front of him are coffins. So, I know somebody said this was like the most beautiful town they've seen on an RPG. Well, it's not very beautiful anymore. And yeah, it works with Merity as well. You can use it with Ice Needles or Grave with her. You can also use it with Lightning, but that's just a one-hit spell. I'd rather use something that hits more. That's why when you saw me go into the skill menu for Merity, and I disabled every spell that isn't Grave or Ice Needles, because those are the only multi-hitting spells she has. And Sharpness, of course, because that's a buff. I gotta keep that on. Yeah, some of the skill names are kind of weird, but I think Swarm is a cool name for a move. What's really cool, when you fight the cameo battle in Tales of the Abyss, and you're fighting against Reed, he actually still has the names of the moves that he has in Eternia. Instead of Sword Rain, it's still Swarm. Alright, so once we go into this hideout here, it's going to be a setup, and there's going to be like 8 soldiers to fight. Now, there's no need to panic here, because we can lose this fight and it'll still end and the game will still progress. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take an L here. I'm going to have everybody gather. It's another use out of the gather command. It's faster to do this than just killing them all. Stop blocking, Merity. Just lay down and let it happen. If you think these names are weird, you should see some of the names on Tales of Destiny PS1. Demon Fang is called Missile Sword. Tempest is called Spin Slash. Those got some funny names. Oh yeah, and they called Beast Lion's Howl in that game. That confused me. When that one guy used it on me on the first time when you fought him. It's like, Lion's Howl? That's Beast. I was like, I bet if I turn on Japanese voices, he will say Shishi Shinko. I didn't do it, but I just looked it up on a Celia wiki, and I was right. Man, I still gotta do post-game in Zestiria. I never did that. I just beat the game and stopped. Oh yeah, fun fact. This game actually has an element that most games do not have. It's called time. And Maxwell is in this game, but he's an optional boss fight. And his element is time. If you beat Cress in the battle arena, he will give you his eternal sword, and it has time element on it. Alright, so Keel is out of the party once again. So instead we have Max. Now, I brought him up earlier in the run, and I said Max is low-key the most overpowered character you will have in this game and in this run. Sadly, that time is not now. He is absolutely worthless right now. The next boss fight is Volt. Volt floats. And his only move is Burning Force, which is a straight shooting attack. In order for it to hit, you would have to keep Volt on the ground for it to hit. And not only that, it's a charge up move. So, we won't be using him for the next boss fight. But we will have a surprise guest instead of Max. I seriously believe I'm the only person in the world who legitimately likes long hair look better than short hair. Yeah, Volt is no Volt's no pushover in this game either. Alright, we're gonna go to Control Bridge. And we're gonna ask chat to come into the party. Now I know what you're thinking. What in the world are you gonna do bringing chat in? How is she gonna contribute at all for the next boss? Well, I'm glad you asked. You see, there's some secret skills you can get. This being one. This skill I'm getting is called Toss Hammer. Now, you might have seen Toss Hammer in other Tales of games, and all it does is it's really no different than a POW hammer. It just has a chance to poison, right? Well, in this game, it has a little hidden effect to it. What that effect is, it's actually water-based. Guess what Volt is weak against? You can probably figure that out. So, I'm going to be using chat for the next boss. And you're gonna love the results of this. If I don't get blown up doing it, that is. Oh. Oh. Max is alive. That was kind of scary looking. What's really weird about this whole thing right here, you see everybody's health, right? Ree's got 1 HP. Merity, Farah, dead. Max, full HP, full TP. Now once you get inside Volt's cave, everybody gets fully healed. It's really strange. This place confused me so much when I first got here. Look at Max the Beast, just opening up a door. He looks pretty small right now, but like the real picture of him, the dude is huge. And he just gets shocked and he just doesn't care. Alright, see? Everybody's fully healed. Alright, so first is this little puzzle here. We're gonna form a triangle out of these little switches on the floor. You know, open that door to the right. Grab this chest for a stun charm. That's gonna come in handy for the boss fight. Grab this big bag. That's a stronger weapon for chat. Her weapons are bags, if you haven't figured out by now. Alright, gonna get this fuse over here. There's an all divide in this chest. I more than likely won't be using that. But it's in the way, so why not pick it up? Ooh. Okay. Whatever. Might have holy ball a little too soon there, but it's all good. Alright, so now we're gonna form another shape. This is an upside down triangle. And the door over here will open. Gonna use that fuse to make these platforms work in the next room. Since they have no power when you first get here. All you have to do is just keep moving forward. And campsite. This game has a lot of these camp cutscenes, if you haven't noticed. Alright, you still have to go into this room even though you can't use this yet. For some strange reason. It's a little purple object you gotta go get. And it's over here. Red, blue, opens this door. Alright, Voltic Sword. Now, I'm not really going to be using these weapons, but they sell for a lot of gal. So pretty much opening all these chests for these weapons is just getting them to get some money later on. And I'll explain why I'm getting so much money as well later on. Be a little bit too far to explain it now. By the way, for future reference, I like to say this though. After you beat Volt here, you get the Excalibur. The Excalibur sells for... Oops, I'm supposed to do this one yet. Can't move? Okay, that was strange. The Excalibur sells for 80,000 gal, which I will be selling it later for that money. Alright, we're here. We're at Volt. Alright, so first, change the formation to 1. Take Max out the party, we're going to put in chat. Now, we're going to take this room bottle, this blue talisman, and change it into a warrior symbol. And we're going to fit chat out with a big bag, stun charm, and warrior symbol. And we're going to give her the toss hammer. Alright, so of course, since this boss is a real pain, I'd rather not take the risk for no reason at all. I'm going to save. So, here we are, Volt. One of the reasons why I put the stun charm on chat, she is a big ball of fluff when it comes to defense. So, what you want to do is give her the stun charm, since it also gives Volt resistance. All his attacks are Volt. Every single one. I missed. And I'm dead. But what I was trying to do there, I was trying to stay below him to get the max amount of hits from a toss hammer. died again. But see what I mean? See how much damage he does? This is with volt resistance. But this also goes along with the play of That's not good. Okay, it wasn't too bad. I should be okay. Oh, Reed is stunned. Oh my goodness. If you touch Volt, you also get damaged as well. Volt, please. Don't do this to me, man. I thought I knew you. Volt, Volt. Look how many times that hits. Oh my goodness gracious. Chill. But I was trying to show you how much damage Toss Hammer does when fully buffed. But he keeps killing me before I can show you. There we go. It does about 2,000 each. And it can hit up to about 6 times, I believe. Okay, it's over. That could have went a lot smoother. But every time you hit Volt, he goes to the ground. Right? He goes to the ground. And he will do this electric dragging attack. If you are in the worst position possible, that can get you from max health to death. If he uses Thunder Blade, and that hits, nearly everybody will die to that in one hit. He is extremely powerful for this point of the game. But anyway, now that that's over, now let's play some slot machines. Alright, got that one right. Got it. First try. Oh my goodness. I'm a beast. Anyway, what I was going to say, if you get any of those slot machine answers that you have to get correct, and you don't get them all 3 right, don't worry. If you do it again, the ones you did get correct will get saved, and you only need to try the one that you didn't get right over again. What's up, Kirby? Alright, so Excalibur will be on Reed, no matter what. Obviously. That's going to be his primary weapon for a little bit, until you get the Flame Sword. Right when we reach Ifrit's, there's a chest over to the right that has the Flame Sword in it, and that's what Reed will use for, not the remainder, but for most of the game, until you get to Chazelle's castle that has the Mystic Sword. That's the strongest weapon Reed will have on his equipment. It's water-based, but has the highest damage on it. Alright, so, as I was saying, everybody gets one. Even though that was a really sloppy fight on my part, I really tried to show you, chat can be useful. She can contribute too. Alright, so the next thing I'll be doing is, invading Balir's castle. But before we do that, there's going to be yet another mini game. This one involves shooting a bunch of ships. It's kind of fun. It's really hard to fail it because you get support fire that automatically shoots other ships, so there's no way to really fail it unless you get shot a ton of times. Even though Max didn't get his time to shine just yet, his time will come. I like to call Max the MVP of Disc 3. So when we get to Disc 3, expect some Max action. Oh, and one more thing. Need to take everything off of chat. Everything. Gave her her basic chat bag back. Also for some extra things to sell. The warrior symbol that I took off of her will be on Max in Disc 3. Now I need to go get Kill back. No one currently runs Tales of Legendia. That is, if not the most longest Tales of game in the series. I wouldn't expect too many people to jump on that. Maybe New Game Plus somebody will do it, but I wouldn't cross my fingers for it. Alright, so before we head out, we gotta stay at a hotel while the ship is getting fixed. They're attaching a gun to it. Alright, get to stay in our own suite. Yeah, Legendia is definitely longer than Abyss. No doubt. I never even played it, but I know how long it is. There's no way Legendia would be shorter than Abyss. See, everybody likes to talk about OSTs that they like in the series. Seriously though, Tales of Destiny 2. Not this game, but the actual sequel. I think that has the most underrated soundtrack in the whole series. Bar none. Battle themes are great, town themes are great, everything. It's just a great overall soundtrack. There is no battle theme I hate in that game, or town theme that I hate in that game. It's all gold. No one ever talks about it either. That's what gets me, man. It's amazing. It's so underrated. I never played Innocence. I don't know much about the soundtrack. I only heard as many songs as Radiant Mythology 2 had on it. That goes for the other Tales of games I haven't played, such as Vesperia. Is it amazing in a haha way, or amazing in quality? Everybody thinks Sakuraba did like every single Tales of soundtrack. There's actually a decent number that he had no part in doing. No, I just muted my mic. If you hear that sound, it's just me muting my mic. I was making loud sounds. I do that a lot in my stream as well. Don't want to ruin the comfy. My mic has a button I can press to mute it immediately, so if there's some loud sound coming up and I have a free hand, I can just go over and press it. Wait, Goshina did Zesteria? For real? I would have never guessed. I actually never looked into that. I didn't know who did it.
Don't let your guard down.
No, honestly, like the extra costumes
Ready to fire.
that changed the music, some of those remixes they did were pretty lackluster. I seriously believe they should have just kept the originals. Alright, so as I said, I got support fire. It'll tell you when you have it, because it flashes in text at the bottom of the screen. The most annoying ships that hit here with your fire is the small ones that move around a lot. These big ones,
Fire.
easy.
Ready to fire.
If you're good, you can get two at one shot. I tried to do that there, but I was about to bump. While you're charging your laser though, your controls get very stiff, so you can't turn very sharply.
Fire.
Alright, so we can do a little shopping here. We're gonna pawn off all of these items. Well, not all of them, but most of them. See how much money I'm getting for these? Let's see. We gotta keep the bloody robe. That's for Max later on. He actually came with it, but oddly enough, when he leaves your party, he unequips it and gives it to you. And I don't sell the Voltic Swords for reasons. And now we're gonna restock. And we're good. I'm gonna equip Excalibur back to Reed. So we have a load of money right now, but we won't be using it anytime soon. That's just for something later on. These long hallways here eat up a lot of step counter. And I mean a lot. Nice. That one's usually a little awkward to hit. Depth perception can really fool you there. Oh, and there's actually two bosses in this place. The first one's coming up real soon. Alright, so let me get everybody all situated. Set the shortcuts back up. Alright. Now this guy... I don't even know how to explain this one. Sometimes he gives me trouble, sometimes he just folds like a deck of cards. That's one of the reasons why he gives me trouble. Is that multi-hitting spin attack. Now he has quite a bit of enemies with him too, so yeah, if one gets behind him like that, it can be trouble. The sooner you get rid of those S-card gots, the better the time you'll have. But if he gets hit by that spinning attack, his HP is donezo. Alright. We good. It's just Spiral left. And he's nothing by himself. Got him. Alright, in practice he was giving me the worst looks in the world, but it actually wasn't too bad. Okay, so we received the fairy ring from him, so I'm gonna go ahead and change that into a mystic symbol. Y'all know what a mystic symbol does, right? It decreases spellcasting time by half. Now, you might think, why aren't you using that on Keel? Well, really, I don't need it. Somebody else will, though. That person isn't in the party right now. Let's go up these stairs. Then... yeah, okay. Almost used it too early there. The room with the blue chest. Yes, the mystic symbol on Max. Now I know what you're thinking, wait, how is that gonna work on Max? Well, believe it or not, Max's skills actually count as spells, so that casting time on those are actually half.
Demon hammer.
What? Get out of
Demon
here.
hammer. Gah. Sonic blade.
Whatever. I was supposed to use it right before I go into this door, but I probably pushed myself a little bit too much, getting real close to the door. Alright, so the next boss here is completely unwinnable. That's because the next boss here is the final boss. They want you to lose this one, by the way, so if I lose, don't panic. So this next boss fight is all about trying to lose ASAP. Alright, here we are. Oh look, it's Belir. But he's a corpse. This entire time you're believed to come after Belir, but he's dead. I can't think of too many Tales games that actually show corpses like this. He took a lightning shot straight from Giselle and lived. Like, just from that alone, you could tell Max is a beast. Alright, so there's one way this could go slower. Yeah, that. It's random when she'll use it. This is kind of like, think of this like Big Bang. It cannot kill you, but it just reduces your HP to 1. Die, Merity. Die. Thank you. Alright, now it's over. Now, you can't do anything about that move, but when you fight her later, Reed will get some Aurora arts that will prevent that from damaging the party, and it'll actually heal them. And here's Ras, our buddy, to save the day. Huh. Giselle's voice actor died? The US one? Or the Japanese one? I never heard a Japanese voice actor, actually. I know, what's her face from Zestiria? Lila, her Japanese voice actor died, like, some time ago. Like, every time I streamed it, somebody brought it up. Yeah. Ross and Max are underrated characters. I need to shut my vent. Give me a second. I'm multitasking here. Yeah. See? What's great about this game? You can go through text at any time. Just went over and shut the vent. I don't need to pay attention to the game right now. Tasking, I meant. My bad. Okay, technicalities. You know what I meant. Okay, so this point of the game, anything and everything having to do with like boss battles or anything, those are out the window. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna go get some Aurora skills. So we're gonna be doing some safer trials. So you know what that means. The first safer trial is probably gonna be everybody's favorite. I won't ruin the surprise, unless of course you already know what it is. But I'm just letting you know, that's coming real soon. It's just one cutscene when I go back to Lushka, and we're heading straight over to the first safer trial. I didn't really even think about that. I forgot. Susteria is having an anime coming out. I never watched any of the Tales of Anime, actually. I should get to that. Yeah, it's like Reed had this hidden gift that he didn't even know. It's like, oh, by the way, you can have the powers of a god if you complete these trials. I do love doing the trials, though. The things they have you do in the trials are really interesting. Especially the last one where you pretty much revisit Meridian and Chazelle's past. That one's very interesting. Yeah, I didn't know Abyss had like a lot of episodes. I heard Fantasia didn't have that many. I think Symphonia also didn't have that many. And I was just thinking, how do you tell the entire story with that few episodes? Like, did they have budget issues or something? Yeah, it's on PlayStation 1. Well, technically it's on PS2 because I'm playing it on PS2, but the game's PS1, if that's what you're asking. Whew, and after the first Seyfried trial, Eifrid's Cave. Well, it's the last game on the PS1, so it better have the best sprite work. Game came out in 2000. I think Destiny PS1 was 96 or 97. But yeah, despite the game being 3 discs, it's not actually that much longer than the other classic Tales of games that are on PS1. Hold up. Hold up. I dropped off too soon. I see red dot and I usually hop off, but they're both red dots. Thought I was tripping. Alright, I'm gonna use a holy bottle here. The quote-unquote next area actually has random battles. Wait, what? Oh, I was supposed to go to Tunisia first. I messed up. Yeah, I've done that too. I've done that as well before. I went a little ahead of myself there. You're supposed to get the safer key from there. It's alright, it's alright. As long as it doesn't kill the entire run, it's all good. I knew I was gonna make one silly mistake like that. It's alright guys, I'm just taking the scenic route. It'll be all good. Yeah, when Ree couldn't open the door, I was wondering what was going on. I was like, oh, I don't have the safer key. You need a safer key to open the door. Just need to use another holy bottle before I get in, so I won't jumble up the route. Although there's really not much to jumble up. Yeah, it's a pretty long game, so when you're actually running it for the first time, you'll often forget things. It's happened to me plenty of times. But the way I do it, I just keep grinding it out, doing it over and over until I remember everything. It's always good to make you some notes to remind yourself of what's coming up next. If you have enough downtime to actually look at it. I know games like Zillia and stuff lets you skip cutscenes and stuff, so you probably get like very little downtime because of that. Well, if we're talking terms of cannon power, I think Max would be the strongest because he actually has a cannon. But no, I'm just playing. Oh yeah, Baiba. Fun fact. That's Melanix for Woe. It's probably like the only one you actually see. It's actually translated into English. She'll say that a lot. Alrighty folks, the first safer trial. Are you ready for the big surprise? And here it is. I'm playing as an egg bear. Now, like I said, you can get random encounters here, so that's why I used a holy bottle before I entered a safer shrine. You do fight this merchant here though. These eggs thieves. Gotta protect your eggs. Here we go. Oh, he actually punched me. Wow. I love this voice actor, by the way. But yeah, this is actually kind of sad. It puts yourself in the shoes of the egg bear that you killed at the beginning of the game. So you get to see it from the egg bear's side. All he wanted to do is protect his eggs. And these thieves come in the cave and steal them. And guess who it is? You're fighting yourself. Now, you're supposed to lose this fight, so let them have their day. The only time you see Lightning Blade in the run. And there you go. It also played a cutscene afterward where Reed is pulling out a sword to turn the egg bear into beef jerky. Can you win? I never tried. It'd be pretty hard because Reed blocks a lot. And I mean a lot. I don't think I've ever gotten a clean hit on him. And that's it. There's our little episode of playing as an egg bear. And that gives us Aurora Wall, I believe. Or is it the second one? Yeah. Won't be using that in the run. It's a really cool Aurora skill to use. Oh boy, but the worst part of the game's coming up. The backstory? That's probably all the backstory you're gonna get. I mean, you enter a cave and there's like 3 dead egg bears, and then you see 2 merchants with eggs in their hands. Those merchants were crazy weak though, so couldn't have been them that killed him. Unless some traveler came in and just went ham on the whole egg bear family, and then they were just lucky that they were dead when they came in. Alright, so now we gotta go to Chat's hut to get some information on where to go next. Next place we're gonna go to is Ifrit's cave, though. On what I like to call chutes and ladders, because that's what Ifrit's cave pretty much is. When you get Max, he doesn't come back into the party until Disc 3. You go to Disc 3 after you do all 3 safer trials, so it won't be that much longer. Disc 2 is almost over. By the way, I'm curious, who is winning the Symphonia poll right now? Chat had her time to shine during Volt. That's the only time she's used in the run, though. That's all the chat action I've got. Sheena's winning? That's so chalk. Everybody expects that. Come on, y'all. I thought y'all had refined taste. What's going on? Kratos is second. I'm kind of surprised, but not at the same time. Everybody loves Kratos. Just him in a poll like that, and then him being second, I can be a little bit surprised. Alright, gonna do a little switcheroo here. Alright, gonna grab this flame sword over here. That obsoletes the Excalibur, but we won't be making that switch right now. Alright, so first what I'm gonna do is spin this, and this starts a game. There are a ton of squares on here, right? So what you have to do is go through this stupid little board game that Ifrid set up, and you have to make it all the way to the end. And there are a lot of stupid traps in this place, let me tell you. Alright, so I got a fight. I was expecting to get one. Alright, so these fights here can be really, really dangerous. I have a backup strat. Remember when I said I wasn't selling the Voltic sword? This is one of the reasons. Did you see how fast Reed went down? Forgot to change him to the Voltic sword. There's a lot of sea creatures in this dungeon. So actually using the Voltic sword for these fights, he'll do some extra damage. But these monsters here are crazy strong. And they can take down anybody in a matter of seconds. Alright, good.
We did it!
Alright, 4 spaces. Also, the spinner is not... Oh man. The spinner is not luck based. It's just rolling extremely fast. Okay. Let me go. I don't know what that was about. And there's a lot of stupid traps here. The most dangerous ones is enemy encounters, and there's a pitfall that takes you all the way back to the beginning. You want to do everything possible to avoid those. Oops, that probably messed it up. I think the pitfall is... Okay, it's the next one over. Alright, I think I'll be clear of it right here. Yep, no more pitfall. I did it. There's only one pitfall square on the whole board. Alright, this is just a time bomb. Just have to wait it out and it blows up. That's all it does. Alright, do a little bit of healing here. Three spaces. I don't know what that is. Nothing. Alright. Nothing is good. You want nothing. 2 spaces. Fire damage, that's not bad. Another time bomb. You can actually inch a little bit away from it and it won't follow you. If you run away from it, it'll actually start following you. You can actually sort of inch away from its range where it actually hurts you. Alright, 6 spaces. Not sure what I'm... Ooh, a monster. Okay. Alright, this isn't a bad one. This set is the second hardest, but they're all weak to Excalibur, so I'm gonna re-equip that.
Demon hammer! Demon hammer!
Gonna flare bottle re. Oh, bad idea.
Fireball! Fireball! Fireball!
Get him up, get him up, get him up.
Fireball! 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 Fireball!
Oh, this is scary. Don't hit me.
Fireball!
He's right over here. Alright,
Demon hammer!
we're good.
Let your guard down!
But yeah, I haven't gotten the worst one. The worst one, you are surrounded by like 6 monsters, and it is horrible, man. It is so horrible. 1 space. Nothing. Alright, that's good. 2 spaces. Nothing. Oh man, I can't go for it unless I roll a 1 or a 2. I'm getting bouldered. Alright, if I keep this up, I'll get 2. I think 2 is the monster. No, 2 is going back a couple spaces. Yeah, because it's 1 space from the end. So they're like, ha, you gotta go back some spaces. It's this game's way of making fun of you. That's the end. I'm out of here. Thank God. Alright. I actually got out of here without getting any of the worst spaces. Like I said, there's 1 pitfall, and there's 1 that has a monster set that is so ridiculous. It overwhelms your entire party. You have like 2 monsters behind you, and there's 4 in front of you. And it is so terrible to get past. Remember when I got that All Divide earlier in the run? I usually use it for that part because it just gets so ridiculous to manage it. But yeah, this is easily the worst part in the run, by far. Whoa, what happened to my controller? Hold up. Okay, that was weird. Hope my controller isn't dying. Anyway. We're through that. We're done. It's over. The worst part of the game is out. And now we just get a better boat. That's what our prize is. Now this boat has submarines on it. We will be using these submarines quite a bit because they're actually faster than sailing with the ship normally. But the next part we'll actually have to go underwater for and get these 6 silver cages. Thank you, Jesus. That is over. That could have gone so much worse. But yeah, I made those backup strats. I used to sell the Voltic Sword for money immediately, but I actually found out that there's a lot of sea creatures in that dungeon, and a lot of them are weak against Volt. So the extra damage goes a long way when fighting those monsters. I dread that part. That part has killed so many of my runs. And like what, I'm 3 hours in? Yeah. I'm just sitting here thinking, oh, which set of board spaces am I going to get this time? But yeah, that was another one of Eternia's gimmick mini games. Let's not give you a dungeon. Let's just have you this little clown dungeon that has a board space that resembles chutes and ladders. But yeah, if I wouldn't have rolled a 2 at the end there, where I needed a 1 or a 2, if I would have rolled a 1, it would have been monsters. So it's either monsters or go back spaces. And in that situation, I'd rather go back. Oh. Thought I missed it. Whew. Now one of these caves will actually have a cameo item in it. How many people here have played Tales of Destiny? And another thing, I'll be making sort of a little detour right here. I'll be going inside Shadow's cave just for this cutscene right here. Now you're wondering, okay, what are you coming in here for? Shadow's an optional boss. Yeah, he is, but I'm not gonna fight him. I'm just gonna do it to come into this dungeon. Because if you watch this cutscene, you unlock a skill later on. There's a certain cutscene event that unlocks later in the game in Disc 3. Okay, so all of you played Destiny, right? One of these caves I go in to get the silver cage has a sword stuck in the ground. You can't get it right now. But that sword is Dimlos, if you remember him, the Fire Swordian. Hold up, did I pass it? Hold up. Some of these can confuse me. Oh my goodness, where? Okay, let's just start over. Right here. Yeah, there it is. See, that's what threw me off. They got the caves up high and then they got them low. Like, I knew what direction to go in, but I'm like, wait, where's the opening at? Thought I was gonna get stuck for a second. Alright. Alright, smooth sailing from here. Go southeast. We'll go inside this little opening. Right here. And the rest are inside here. Alright, so here's the sword. Now, you can't get this sword. I'll just go ahead and tell you how you unlock this sword. Pretty much near in-game, you can unlock some flying vehicles to fight an extra boss. The extra boss is Valkyrie. Yes, that Valkyrie. And once you beat her, which you have to fight solo with Reed, you get to come back and pull this sword. And it's all yours. You also unlock a Destiny summon for Merity that once you use it, all the characters from Tales of Destiny attack. It's a pretty neat summon if you've never seen it before. Alright, so here's the dome. It's where we put all the silver cages in. And this will be our ticket back to Eternia. Tales of loves his cameos, if you haven't figured that out. Alright, so once we go back over to Eternia, we're going to go underwater again and go to the next safer trial. Next one, I wouldn't say it's as interesting as the first one, but it's interesting in its own way. Nah, you don't bother in a speedrun. You don't need it. Trust me, you will not need it. Wait till I get to Disc 3. You'll see what I'm talking about. Fantasia PS1 does have a cameo battle. You fight Lilith, who is Stan's sister. And she's no pushover either. She blocks a lot. Yeah. See, there's another one. The Tales of loves his cameos. I know in Tales of Destiny PS1, if you go to a certain town and read a billboard, there's actually an advertisement for Tekken 3. And Stan says something along the lines of, "This is just some shameless plug." There's also a code you can type in late in the game. If you put in ogre, it'll put a Tekken 3 reference. Nah, man, I can't. Like, I love translations and all, but I can't be waiting for those, man. I want to play these games. I'm playing them right now. I bought me my Japanese PS2 and everything. Like, I'm ready to go. Let's play these games. I still gotta beat Tales of Destiny 2 and Rebirth. I just beat Tales of Destiny PS2 last year. Amazing game. Don't let the moon rune stop you. See, I never understood, like, I guess it's because I never played Vesperia that I can't understand the hype with the PS3 version. Maybe I just need to play this game already and see what the deal is. Alright. I'm gonna quickly enter out, and I'm gonna use a holy bottle in the submarine. I know that sounds crazy, but if I use it in the Seyfert Garden, there's no random battles here, so you know what that means. Instant encounter in the next area. So I don't know, I guess since I can read like small basic Japanese, I can like go through menus and stuff and it doesn't bother me as much. But I guess for a person where they can't like read anything, I mean, still, you can sort of like brute force your way and like get some idea what each of the menus do. You just won't be able to read the dialogue. You can read up on the story like on a Salia Wiki or something like that. They'll tell you all you need to know. But yeah, I would play Vesperia, but my 360 is gone, so I can't play the 360 version. I'd rather the English version be my first impression. There's one good feature I can applaud the PS3 version of Vesperia having, is skipping cutscenes by pressing start. Greatest feature of all time. I mean, like, when Berseria comes out in like Japan or something, and if I don't care about waiting for it to come here on PC, just go grab the Japanese version, play through it, you already know what you're expecting. Alright, so Safer Trial 2. For this one, we play as Kyo when he was a kid. And in this part, we go through a flashback where this actually shows a little bit of backstory before the beginning of the game, actually. This will tell you what happened before you start the game, back when they were kids. Pretty much, Keel, Merity, and Reed all go to this forbidden area because Farah is like, hey, you two, go give me some star bits. They're in here. And this place is supposed to be forbidden, off limits. And somehow Farah steals the key from her dad's room to open the place up. So once they go inside, they unleash some, how should I call it? I'll just say evil force. And this evil force takes control of Farah's dad, which is the guy standing right in front of me right there. And actually, you come back to this place later in Disc 3. Yeah, this is actually kind of reminded me of like in Symphonia when you go to the Asalia Ranch. There's no peace treaties here though. You know how little kids are. Mommy and daddy tell you not to do something and you still want to do it, and you want to find out why they don't want you to do it, and you still go. Alright, so for this, you can still get encounters here. There's 3 different monsters you can get. You can get a snake, a bee, or a wolf. The worst one is the bee. The reason why the bee is the worst one is simple. The bee can poison you. You cannot use any items whatsoever in this trial. Your items are locked, so I can't use holy bottles to prevent all the encounters. I think you get a total of 1 or 2. So hopefully I don't run into the bee and he doesn't poison me. You should get one right in this part right here. Yep, there it is. Okay, arrow tail, that's a snake, so that's not bad. For Keel being a pipsqueak, he can actually take some hits. Alright. No more encounters. Alright, so that went swell. There was actually a time where I got poisoned by the bee. And I actually died here because of it. That was fun. Yes, you fight Rim in here. That's not till disc 3 though. And this is the room where it's sealed off and he finds out, hey wait, it broke free, what's going on? And then he gets possessed. So guess who's coming back home looking a little bit different. Now it won't show that part just yet, but once I first get into disc 3, you'll see where that continues off of. Actually, it showed a little bit of it earlier. But pretty much he comes back as some possessed monster and he starts slaughtering people in the entire village. Reed's dad finds out the situation and locks him in a room. Once he comes out, he finds out everybody's dead. All because you wanted to go into some cave and get some star bits. So pretty much they unleash some ancient evil spirit or whatever. He comes and possesses somebody and they just kill everybody off. That area is still there and it still has all that evil energy there. You'll see when I reach there. But there's one more trial to go. Now the last one is very interesting. There's a cutscene I can skip. Yeah, Aurora Sword is a cool move. It's another one you'll never get to see in the run though. It's too bad you never get to use these Aurora skills at all. Well, you will. You get to use the final one if Giselle uses whatever that move was called with the giant sword. It's your only way of retaliating against it. And now, before we can go back to the last trial, the Inferior forces find us. Eternal Finality, that's what it was. Forgot the name. Giselle's final form actually has another Dark Aura skill that she can use when her HP is really low and the fight goes on long enough. That one in particular, if you do not use Reed's Aurora skills, everyone will die instantly. No ifs, ands, or buts, or questions about it. Everyone dies. So your only way of living is using that. But if you do use it, Giselle dies. It's a neat little ending. But if you beat her fast enough, she won't even use it. But yep, back in a prison cell. Yeah, hardcore in this game. Whew, that's something else. Like, it doesn't even just boost all the enemies. It lets them do, it like gives them new moves and stuff. I know like the first Hyades fight, He has Ground Dasher. I think his only spells on any other difficulty is just Spark Wave and Thunderblade. And not only that, I think it also adds everybody to cast some spells faster and chain cast. So if it already wasn't bad, it just got worse. Hardcore is crazy. Grind, grind, grind. Alright, so just like that, we're set free. Well, almost. Get the aerial board back again. We couldn't use it in the ferry, if you were wondering why I wasn't using this the entire time. Alright, now we gotta get our ship back. But this guy is on our way, so... But he's nothing. Honestly, believe I could have even beaten him when I first came to this port. He's just laughable. That's the guy standing in your way from getting your ship back. So the last trial is up in the barrier on the Celestia side. So now, gotta go back to the Bridge of Light. Which is actually right above where Mount Farlos is. Yeah, right there, that little white dot. Gotta inverse the dome first. Well, they're the Inferian forces. They have no idea what they're getting themselves into. Alright. Last area is right over here. This is where the last trial is. Now you can actually lose on this next trial. Now, this trial has you play as Giselle, and Meredy is with you. Meredy is a very, very, very little kid. And I think she has like 100 or 300 health. She has something around there. And you have to fight off these constant barrage of soldiers coming after you. Now, they're not hard to get rid of because they won't tell you what skills Giselle actually has. But all you have to do is press circle and use her best one. And that one is Spark Wave. All you have to do is sit there and press circle. And it's all over. So, if Meredy goes down, you have to start it over. Like, you won't get a game over for it, but you just have to start the entire thing from the beginning. You, on the other hand, playing as Giselle, you have too much HP to even come anywhere close to dying. She does have a heal spell, but you won't be needing that most of the time. And she's also programmed to sort of stay far behind. So she's actually smart enough to play very defensively. But if you do it right, the soldiers shouldn't even be able to pass you. So this is another flashback. This is when Meredy was a kid, and Giselle and Belir, who are actually together, end up getting raided by Hyades. And Hyades, being the traitor, ratted them out. But yeah, this one's actually pretty sad once you get to the end of it. It's too bad you can't play as Belir. I'd like to see what he has. So first we want to try to do is escape this place, but oh, soldiers. But that's okay. I have Spark Wave. And she can cast this extremely fast too.
Meredy, are you okay?
Okay, so she has 160 health. Yeah, it was a lot less than I thought. But yeah, Meredy blocks a lot. I've seen the soldiers actually try to attack her, and she blocks a lot of sword hits, which is actually funny. Having a little kid just block you. So yeah, every single set of enemies you get in this area is exactly the same. 4 burial guards. Ooh, one of them actually reached back there and smacked Meredy. But see, she blocked it. It's been a while since I've seen him actually reach back there. Another fight. But yeah, I'm not actually like setting any sort of strategy to make Meredy go all the way to the back like that. She does that by herself. A little kid has more sense on what to do in a battlefield than some other characters in some other games.
Lay a finger on my job.
Ain't that something? Alright, so going that way is worthless. If you try to go out that door, another set of soldiers will show up. So, you just go down this hole. Go through the sewers, and... uh-oh. Some more. Now this is the last one. After this, it's over. Like, Meredy doesn't even know any spells yet, and she already knows what to do.
Meredy, are you okay?
If she had spells on a battlefield, just stay at the back, cast spells. I mean, she can't do it right now, but like, she's doing it before she can do it. And this is the end. It's like, oh, hi it is, what's up? Like, they don't know that he pretty much betrayed them. So at this point, you're surrounded, and here comes the sad part. Yeah, Tetsuo, you already missed it, man. Yep, and Belir gets captured too. Ooh, smacked. Oh, you hit a kid. Open fire. Ooh. Down goes Belir. So if you want to know what happened to Belir, that's what happened. And this is where Nerid comes into play. Remember that evil dark energy I was talking about? Back in the Regulus Knoll? It's speaking to her. and trust thy heart to mine. And trust thy heart to mine. And she does, and that's how Giselle came to be. The one you see before you now. I was always wondering, after all of that, how the place just blew up like that. How in the world did Meredy live after that? And that's it. Those are all 3 sacred trials. Reed is now officially a god, or has godlike powers. I guess Meredy wasn't affected since the relatives or something stupid like that. I think they explained it somewhere, but I forgot what it was exactly. Okay. So, once we go back out to the field and head towards this black ball of energy, that's when disc 3 will start. So disc 2 is done, pretty much. Just talking, and that's it. Now, like I said, a bulk of the game is in disc 2. Disc 3 is about as long as disc 1. It's a little bit less than an hour. But disc 3 is my favorite part, by far. Whoops. Now once you reach over there, go into that little opening there. And now, after this cutscene, or I should say series of cutscenes, we switch over to disc 3. Oh man, you're gonna miss disc 3, the best part. Safety save just in case of goofiness. Alright. Disc 3 time. Man, are there any games nowadays that even do disc switching anymore? But anyway, this continues off from Trial 2. This is the aftermath of the guy who was getting possessed and he destroyed everybody in the village. And Farrah realizes, hey, this happened because of me, so depression time. It doesn't tell you the rest of it after this, but pretty much after these events, Farrah pretty much flees the town and goes over to the dojo. And that's how she learns her martial arts. Because she wants to be better disciplined or whatever. Alright y'all, we're in disc 3 now. So, disc 3, after these set of cutscenes, we're going to be thrown into a boss fight pretty much immediately. And the next boss fight is the final Hyades fight. Now that one is the most annoying one of the bunch. High HP, a lot of resistances, and he has this annoying hand attack that can hit you from anywhere. And he loves using it on me. He normally uses that to interrupt spellcasters. One of the worst things about it though is the fact that he can use it really quickly actually. Even from the smallest window of him not being in hit stun, he can just pull it out just like that. Alrighty, so what we're gonna do first. Now, remember all this money I got saved up? We're gonna start using it. Move, guy. This guy right here, he wants a donation of 20,000 gal each for a stronger cannon. After each set amounts of 20,000 gal you get, you go up a tier and you get another weapon. The one you want is the impulse cannon, which is the next one. I'm giving him 20,000 every time. That's as much as he'll allow you to give. Alright, so we got the impulse cannon. We don't need it to donate anymore though. So now we're gonna fit out Max. So, impulse cannon, bloody robe, warrior symbol, and mystic symbol. That's not all. As I've explained before, Max's skills count as spells because it has a charging period. The mystic symbol will cut that in half. Max's charging periods are actually pretty long, so using that mystic symbol actually helps a lot. So, we're not done here. Need to give him the flame sword. That Excalibur there is going to give us an extra 80,000 gal to use to spend. If you notice that purple haired chick over there, that is Irene from Tales of Destiny. Remember her or don't. So now look how much money we got. And at this point I just buy everything I possibly can. Even miracle gels. 15 of everything. We are rich, just let it fly. With 45k to spare. Alright, so that's not all. We're gonna go up here. Now I told you before, there's a certain cutscene I had to watch in Shadow's Cave. It unlocks this cutscene right here. Now, after this cutscene is over with, Max will get a skill called Aqua Spiral. This move he gets is the most overpowered move in the game. By far. He can already deal a lot of damage with his skills, but Aqua Spiral hits 6 times. And in those 6 times they hit, after a full buffing, he can hit up to, depending on what part of the game he's in, he can hit up on around 2,000. Aqua Spiral hits 6 times. So 2,000 each 6 times it hits. It destroys bosses. Every boss on this disc 3 gets absolutely annihilated by that skill. So I can give a couple of examples and show you how much damage he's dealing after a full buffing. But it plays a huge role. I'll do it before I get up there and fight him. Alright, so there's our boy Hyades. This is the final fight with him. He looks pretty different this time. Alright, I'm going to change the formation here. I'm going to put it at 3. This one has a really weird layout for a boss, I'd like to say. This boss in particular is actually behind you instead of in front of you. So actually going to formation 3, Max will be in the back. Alright, so here we go, y'all. Now this guy has a resistance to water, which is Aqua Spiral's element, so it's gonna do less because of that. Alright, so we're gonna flare bottle up Max. and Mary will use her sharpness. Now let me get a clean hit on him. Doing, yeah, 2,000 each. So, hits a total of 6 times and 2,000 damage each hit. You do the math.
Aqua Spiral. Aqua Spiral.
This is going very smooth. I say the only bad thing about it is his skills use a lot of TP. Oh, he killed Reed. That never happens.
Aqua Spiral.
Get up, get up, get up. Alright. Don't die, Reed. Don't die. Lemon. Alright, cool. And yeah, that hand move can inflict a status effect that actually drains your TP. That's what Reed got hit with. Should be dead soon. Just in case. Don't Reed. Alright, he's dead. This guy has a ton of health. To put it in its perspective, that boss had 128,000 health. So this is the part where bosses start getting real beefy. But that wasn't too bad. Outside of Reed dying a couple times, which usually doesn't happen. That was a real strange fight. He didn't really use his hand attack on Max. He usually comes all the way to the back and hits Max every time with it. And I have to use a Panacea bottle to get rid of the status effect too, because it drains my TP. That's why I said he was annoying, but he was not as annoying as he could have been. I like his English voice actor better than his Japanese one. He sounds a lot more jolly on English. Okay, so at this point, after this boss fight, Max actually leaves the party. And he becomes an optional character at this point. So, before I leave, I'm going to ask Max to come back to the party, because why in the world would I try to do the rest of the game without somebody like that? The real damage starts becoming real apparent once you get to Shizel's castle. Because there's this part where you have to kill 6 mini-bosses before you go to the final boss. And those mini-bosses boost the party's levels quite a bit. I think you're around in the low 30s before you get there. And before you get to Shizel, you're like in the mid 40s. Alright, Max, come back. Alright, so we're gonna head over to Regulus Knoll now. Oh no, Aqua Spiral is for the rest of the bosses. Every single boss from this point on has Aqua Spiral in it. I forgot to mention that. If you like his Aqua Spiral voice clip, you're in luck. You're going to be hearing a lot of that. You'll still hear some Fireball. Fireball strats aren't gone forever. I'll actually be using it in the next boss. I don't know, Omega, you're probably just a legend to some people here. So they probably just threw you a mod. Yeah, he was looking forward to you joining the Discord group. Like, once he heard word that you were actually interested in joining, he went nuts. Tell me, the Omega Evolution was to join our Discord? Alright, regular snow. And by the way, that last shopping trip I made is the last one. There's no more shopping trips. The items I have right now is what I will be having for the rest of the game. But there's not much of the game left, so. Best Tales of game? That's like an impossible question to answer. I rather recommend people like a game that's like a good starter game. Symphonia just came out on PC, so you can try that. If you have any of the consoles though, you can also get it there. It's out on a lot of things now, so I'd say now is the perfect time to try to jump on some Tales if you can. Alright, this is the place that has the most dangerous monsters of all time for this entire run. So I'm going to take it a little bit safe here and save before coming in, because things can get really shaky here if you get into a random encounter. Because when you try to escape at this point in the game, you're so under leveled, it takes almost 15 seconds to escape. So if I mess up my holy bottles here and get into an encounter, things can get very interesting. Well, it's like everybody's got a PC. I bring up the PC version because of that. Not everybody's got PS3 or some other console. I don't expect everybody to have PS2s and stuff like that. Alright, and that should take us to the boss. We're gonna grab a weapon here for Farah. If you miss Farah in fights, she'll be coming back soon. Not for this upcoming fight though. Alright, so the gimmick of this dungeon drains your TP, so gonna fix that. And also, the party order got shifted. So we're also going to fix that. Alright, so... Oh, Keel's TP is bad too. Alright. So, this next boss here is Rim, which is the light Kramel of the game. So, this boss, just like Volt, hovers. So, hitting this boss with Aqua Spiral would be a pain. Luckily, we have Keel with us and his multi-fireball spamming technique. So, you can probably get the gist of where I'm going here. We're gonna buff Max with Sharpness and Flare Bottle. I give it to Reed. My bad. Well, I guess I could give it to Reed because he's also attacking her. Doesn't really matter. The fireballs bring her to the ground, and Aqua Spiral hits her. Now that little light ball is actually very annoying. If you give her enough time, she will move it around. And if you touch it, it's like a moving hitbox. Anybody who touches it gets damaged. Max, stop getting it. That's in a terrible location because that just knocks him back if he touches it. At least you get to see the boss. Look how fast she went down. Ain't Max just a monster? My goodness gracious. How many Aqua Spirals was that? I didn't even count. 4 or 5? I know somebody said like this boss gave him trouble. My man, become a believer in Max. You too can destroy these bosses with his Super Soaker. Rim had 100,000 health. Little bit less than Hayades 3 did. But she's annoying for other reasons. Alright, so with that boss down, there's only one more to go. And that's the final boss herself. Well, before we fight Giselle, we still gotta get through those mini bosses, but it's not a big deal. We got this. You can count the Elementers as bosses. I count the Mora as mini bosses. They go down in 2 Aqua Spirals by Max. Except for the water one. The water one you have to use Burning Force. It does no damage to the water Elementer. But for the Elementer fights, that's when Farah makes a return to fighting. Yeah. Max's skills count as spells because they have a charging period on it. Which means you can use the Mystic Symbol on him. Ooh, missed it by a little bit. That's alright. Oh! Every time in a run, I gotta make one stupid menu mistake. I'm trying not to take this too seriously since it's a marathon run and not a PB run. But doing that, it's just, it hurts me. Making mistakes like that. What's the dome thing for? It's how you travel in between Inferia and Celestia. Alright, we're gonna go over to Belier's Castle now. Then we go back to the place where we did the third and last Seyfried trial. A bunch of cutscenes play, and then we're off to Giselle's castle. I think this is close. Ooh, overshot. I was looking at the right island though, so that's good. No. What am I doing? Ah. The boss battles are actually going decently, but simple things such as menus, messing those up. So you know, every RPG's got to have their little long cutscenes, or their long string of cutscenes before the final battle comes. That's just a thing RPGs do. So there's going to be a lot of dialogue coming up. Yeah. A flying machine made by a pirate. You only need that to go fight an extra boss, though. You have to go all the way to the final dungeon to even get it. Are there resources for learning the game? I have notes myself in text files on my computer, but I'm gonna be real honest with you. You don't want to look at these. I need to like fix them up to where like anybody can read them, if you catch my drift. Like say for example, have you ever written any notes, right? That you can read them, you know what it's trying to tell you, but you look at it in a sort of way that's like, okay, if anybody looks at this, they're not even gonna know what the notes are trying to say. It's like your own custom language. They don't see the same things that you see. So if I were to give them to you right now, you'd look at me crazy. So I'm gonna need to fix these notes up to make it to where another person can actually read them. It wouldn't take too long to do. I mean, I did write full from beginning to end Tales of the Abyss notes, so can't be worse than that. For a game that you could do 2 Tales of Eternia runs and almost 1 Abyss run. Ifrit is a pirate. A legendary pirate. That's all he is. Or another thing I could make, I could commentate over my PB and try to explain it, but I don't know how well that would go rather than just notes. I may just return to this game and get another PB. I can't make my time go down. My best is a 448. Can probably bring that down to like 430 if I look over my strats a little bit. How many attempts? I could tell you right now, but my splits aren't open. I'm using just the timer right now. I can tell you after it's over. I'd have to count this though. So I just add 1 to whatever my attempt counter is. there's a difference. There's attempts that you've tried, and there's attempts that's actually completed. For this game, none of the attempts I've done that have completed wasn't a PB. Nah, Pika, you missed that, man. It actually went really nicely, so if you were expecting some trolls, you didn't get that. I got some enemy encounters, but I took care of them. No pitfalls, nothing really stupid. It's probably one of the best ones I ever gotten, actually. And for a marathon, can't ask for anything better. But for like running this game, the boss strats are pretty simple and mostly self-explanatory. You can easily draw them if you watch my run. Because I show like pretty much every shortcut that I set, since I have to like keep switching them back and forth. Outside of like different boss, should I even call it patterns? There's different actions the bosses can do. I can consider that luck. Outside of that, there's not really much. Ifrit's Cover, I don't know if I can really call that luck. It's kind of, it's weird. The spinner's not luck. It doesn't like roll between random numbers. It's actually just scrolling from 1 to 6 really, really fast. So if you have a really good feel for when to stop it, you could possibly manipulate outcomes. If you have a turbo controller, you can definitely manipulate outcomes, since the inputs through a turbo controller are always the same every time. Alright, the Fringe Cannon fires, reveals Chazelle's castle. A little black blob. It's now a place I can enter. Final dungeon. I love this music, by the way. Alright, use a holy Bible immediately here. Mystic Sword's right here. There's also a optional boss in this area. There's another Kramel you can fight named Secundes. He is very, very, very similar to Daos from Tales of Phantasia. Like from design to attacks to everything. And he's one of the toughest in the game. I think he has 300,000 health. I never fought, what was his name? The other Regulus, Nerid Regulus, that was his name is. I never fought that guy. I think he's kind of similar to the final boss, but I don't know that for exact. Alright, so there's 6 pillars here. Every pillar has a puzzle or a little thing you have to do. Then you fight a mini boss that's called an Elementor. Each one tied to a certain element. You beat the Elementor, you light up the pillar, you just go on to the next one, and after lighting them all up, you get to go to the final boss room. Okay, so alright, this is the only time where I change the formations again. We're gonna put Merity right up close with Reed. We're gonna change the shortcuts. We're gonna use... Oh, he doesn't have it yet. Okay. In the event of him not having it, just use Demon Hammer. But there's a skill he gets later on called Neosonic Swarm. And that's the move that you use for the rest of the game. It's a really, really quick and good move for interrupting pretty much anything. He might get it after this fight, actually, so I'm not too scared about it. Now, these Elementor fights are pretty much all the same. The only difference is each Elementor has different amount of spells because of the element they're tied to. This is the Volt one, so he has like Indignation and stuff like that. But they all go down pretty much as fast as each other. Alright, let me check if he has it. I'm gonna check after every fight. Nice, still doesn't have it. Okay, guess I'll wait a few more fights then. For the water one, I'm gonna have to switch up my strategy a little bit. Mystic Sword and Aqua Spiral will have to be held off a little bit. Alright, so for this one, this puzzle has you pushing in the red ice blocks to the left and the top, and the blue ones to the bottom and right. But you can't push them in yet until you use the Sorcerer's Ring on that little circular thing over there. So what I do is I put them in place to sort of cheat it a little bit, since you're running on a time limit once it gets started. That was some bad positions I set for myself. Ugh. Okay. Alright, same as before. Same strat and everything. Alright, the Elementor's not getting the spell. Oh no, fair. Whoa! I've never seen that. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Revive Reed. Alright, thank you. I have never seen that happen. I know I said the phrase, that never happens to me, but no, I'm dead serious. They're usually too weak to kill him like that. He did some laser attack and they just all dropped. That was crazy. But anyway, another little fun fact to know about these little mini bosses: every time you kill one, you get an elixir. So by the end of this, and you get to the final boss, you'll have 6 elixirs on you. Alright, this next one is Earth. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, this is luck based. You won't know which path you can actually take. You just have to test them out, and if they let you through, they let you through. These Grim Reapers will throw you into a battle if you touch them. Alright, not bad. It was actually pretty quick. No encounters either. Alright, this is the Elementor of Earth. Nice! The Gravekeepers went down real fast that time. Beautiful fight. 2 Aqua Spirals and he usually dies. Yep. That was a sick fight, actually. Alright, the next one is water, I believe. This one has you do an actual puzzle. Moving these little discs or whatever they are. You have to put them all into this hole. And what? What do you mean? So it was facing more diagonally, but alright. So I'm gonna change his Mystic Sword back to the Flame Sword just for this one. Alright. Water Elemental. I use Aqua Spiral a little bit for that's an early spell cast. We used it on Reed too. Okay, if you insist.
Aqua Spiral.
Oh no, spread? That won't do too much damage, I don't think. Yeah.
Aqua Spiral.
Spread is weak. Alright.
Sonic Chaos. Burning Force.
Man, Reed is getting pummeled!
Burning Force. Demon Twist.
Man, Reed, you gotta stop taking these L's, man. I know you got nothing but leather armor on, but Lord Almighty.
Sonic Blade.
I need some TP. I didn't want to do it. Spring Narrative back. I mean, fair back.
Burning Force.
But yeah, this also brings a little bit of awareness to how much powerful
Burning Force.
Aqua Spiral is compared to
Sonic Chaos.
Burning Force.
Burning Force.
Alright, he's down. That's the toughest one of them all just because of his water resistance. Alright, so I can switch back to the Mystic Sword. Let's check if he has that skill yet. There it is. Alright. This is how it's supposed to go. Now we have Neosonic Swarm. This move is very, very good at interrupting any sort of action an enemy can do. It's mostly useful for the final boss because Reed plays very well. Excuse myself. Reed plays very well at being just really annoying to Giselle. Now Giselle's a little different when it comes to casting spells. During her spellcasting animation, these flames go around her, and she's completely invincible while she's casting spells. So what you want to do is you want to hit stun her as much as possible so she does not try to cast a spell. Especially for his first form, because her first form is actually pretty short. Oh, I actually messed this up. I hit that switch a little too early. That's the first time I messed this up in a long time. Like at first I did, but whew. I actually messed this puzzle up. What am I doing? Alright. We got it this time. Ooh. No, Neosonic Swarm is pretty much a Demon Fang with Swarm. So he shoots a Demon Fang first, and then Swarm is followed up by it. Don't mind me, I'm just goofing. Yes, Swarm is Sword Rain. If you haven't figured that out by now, yes.
Aqua Spiral.
Now, this is the fire elemental. He's actually weak against water, so you know what that means. Max's Aqua Spiral is gonna have a field day with this guy. Oh no, Explorer. Oh, he didn't go after me.
Aqua Spiral.
Bad decision. Reed! Stop dying!
Aqua Spiral.
Reed, I swear.
Hey, we did it.
And cream puff. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Alright, so this one has you going across a bunch of these green platforms. And all you have to do is make it over towards the end. You have to hit this switch first because the door is actually locked. So there might be a case where you go all the way across, but you can't open the door because this switch opens it. Oh, snap. Yeah, I forgot what yeah. Was I supposed to... Yeah, that's what it was. What am I doing? My brain cannot process things right now. I'm messing everything up. What am I doing, man? It's supposed to be over there. Huh? Did I? Huh? What? It's supposed to go over here? Huh? Oh, whatever. We're there. Never mind. I was just playing with y'all. I knew what I had to do the entire time. Trust me. I knew exactly what I needed to do. It's all a part of my plan. Trust me. Okay, so he actually used a spell on me. He hardly does that. But it's fine. He goes down just as fast as most of the others. Alright. They're all down. The only thing left is the final boss herself. No, like, I wrote down notes, right? They told me to go on a certain platform, but I was supposed to go to that middle one. I didn't see that part on my notes. And I'm gonna save here so I don't have to go through all that mess again. Alright, so bye-bye Farah. Keel comes back into the party. And now it is final boss time. It's just me and you, Giselle. Don't worry, after all that fooling around, you know what'll happen? Giselle will give me the best, she'll give me the best look. Alright, I'm calling it now. First form quick kill, where she doesn't use the eternal finality. You can actually do that. It's actually pretty tough to do. Your rhythm has to be pretty on point for that. If she does it, you just have Reed use his Aurora art. One more Aqua Spiral, she dies. Oh, and going back to that optional boss in this area, Secundes, if you get his health down to a certain percentage, and then have Mirity or Keel use Indignation, they'll get a cutscene for it. You guys remember the intro to Tales of Phantasia where the guy uses Indignation on Douse and he gets bodied? That entire same thing happens. They even chant it. The exact same line and everything. It's pretty cool. Nah, Indignation, you have to level up Volt quite a bit for that. Alrighty. Buff this man up. Now, this is another boss where you have to watch Reed's health. I think she's casting a spell. Yep. Prepare for the worst. Oh, Sparkle. And yeah, Giselle loves to target Max. So you're going to be seeing a lot of that. She is in love with Max for some reason. Secretly. Because she hardly directs these spells towards anybody. Nice! I got the quick kill! I told you! Hey! Look at that! You see that? All that goofing around paid off. I'm a beast. I am a beast. Do not doubt me, my man. Do not doubt me. She didn't use it. Alright. For the beginning of this fight, okay, this one's tougher. We're actually going to change the strat here. We're going to turn Mary's battle TP off. Because her role here is only to use items. And that's it. Her spells won't do anything to this boss. Oh, she's getting a little too close for me. Alright. Got me some elixirs here. This is where I start using my elixirs. But you get a lot from the elementers. Let's use a lemon on Keel. Oh, that's the move I was talking about. See that? Look at her. She just went straight behind me. But yeah, this is where... she hardly ever does that, but... she just wanted to be tough on me this time, I guess. After that quick kill, she wanted to take it away with that. Do you see how fast she appeared right behind me? At any time she can do that. I knew when she got real close. That was bad news. Can I see it? Can I see it? Can't look at my memory. Yo, targeting me again. Wait, why is Keel's shortcut not on? Wait, did it get rid of my shortcut? No wonder she's moving around so freely. Okay, that was strange. I had it set for the first thing. Why in the world did it get turned off? Yeah, he's doing about 3,000 to 3,500 each hit. So, 3,000 damage 6 times. That's how much damage Aqua Spiral is doing every time I use it. Yeah, it's kind of chill now. I think we got this. Oh, Fearful Flare. Hardly see that. Merity's gonna die. Holy Lance. Holy Lance is very powerful in this game. Oh. Oh, Oh my goodness. Okay, I spoke way too soon. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, chill. Bring Merity back, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, use this last elixir on him. She's probably close to dying. She's getting a little desperate here. Alright, you're donezo, kid. Well, you were donezo until she went after Keela. Get super soaked. Just gotta be close. Bam! Gone. And there you have it, folks. That is Tales of Eternia. Whew. All right. Whew, lad, that was pretty spicy. Now I guess, do I let the credits play? Because I can skip them in this game. I don't know how much free time y'all got. Who was the next runner, by the way? Oh, Vesperia. Ooh. I would watch that, but I never played Vesperia, so I don't want to spoil myself. Sorry. It's too bad Eternal Mind plays after the boss and not during the boss. Let them play? Oh, okay. Everyone was so hot, I'm sweating. Whew. How'd it get so hot in here? Okay, play credits. Alright, can do. Secunda's attempts. Oh boy. That's more like get bodied attempts. So for the ending here, Reed uses his Aurora arts and Merity uses her Dark Aurora arts to contain the unstable planet here. So they don't collide and blow each other up. Because that's what pretty much the plot's all about. Preventing the two planets from colliding with each other and exploding in the process. But Merity's Dark Aurora arts don't seem to be enough, so we get help from an unexpected guest. This game's on PlayStation 1 and PSP currently. And technically on PS Vita, if you get it from the Japanese PSN store. Oh, what's up, little Grand? Oh look, it's Shizo. At this point, she's actually back to her senses. So instead of Merity, she takes care of it herself. And then she mutates and grows tentacles. And then she gets sucked in and dies. And sorry, Merity, there goes your mother. Now at this point, Reed and Farah were on the Euphoria side, while Keel and Merity were on the Celestia side. So after that explosion, they both get sent over to each respective world. So as you can see right now, Reed's falling from the sky and conveniently gets a soft landing. Oh, and look, it's right back at the beginning of the game. Alright, so you can press start and skip the credits in this, but I'll go ahead and let them fly. Not a bad marathon run in my opinion. You also get to see some artwork of the characters. The ones that surprised me the most are Shizelle's and Max's when you see them through these credits. Their sprites do them no justice, especially Shizelle. If only this was an anime. It does have an anime. There's Max right there. Like, look at how small the cannon looks to him. That looks like a BB gun to him. And there's Shizelle. She looks a little darker skinned here than she does on her sprite. Production IG, putting in mad work on these cutscenes. Base Production IG. Huge shout outs to Production IG. Like every Tales of game. Just about. Kevin Miller, voice actor for Reed in this game. If you didn't know, Kevin Miller also voice acts Sly and Sly Cooper. They have the exact same voice actor. So if you played Sly Cooper and remember that voice, yep, same person. A good emote for Volt. It's just a flying ball of lightning. He really doesn't have any emotion. And from every game that I've seen him in, you can't even talk to him. He doesn't speak English. The funniest version of Volt, in my opinion, is Fantasia's, because he speaks in a bunch of symbols. Alright, so even though this set of credits is over, there's a cutscene right after this that shows Reed and Farrah hopping on a ship, and I didn't even realize it, but conveniently Chat and her ship are actually in Etheria. So she's packing up all her bags and stuff, ready to hop on the ship. I'll actually let the dialogue show a little bit here. He does speak in the English version as well when he uses spells. He speaks in more of a robotic type of voice, if you've heard him before. So they hop on a ship to look for their friends. These next few set of songs at this part, some of the best ones in my opinion in this game. And this cutscene right here always puzzled me. Look at this. Look at this. When did they put rockets at the end of this thing? Look at this. Houston, we have liftoff? When was this added? Why couldn't I do that? Huh? Huh? Conveniently, at the end of the game, I couldn't do this. And there's Celestia over there. It's like they're playing with you. It's like, oh, by the way, this ship had built-in rockets where it can lift off into space. Okay, tell me why I couldn't do this. And just like that, more credits. You thought it was over? Wolf Team. Man, I miss them. Ray Mythology 2 was one of my favorite games in the series. I still have yet to play 3. Ray Mythology 2. Ooh, I love that game. I never played Star Ocean. I know a lot of people ask me that because they're supposed to be similar to the Tales of games. Man, you gotta play some too, man. Also, another soundtrack that's underrated in my opinion is the Ray Mythology 2. Those dungeon themes are top notch. And the guy who did them never did any other the Tales of soundtracks, if I remember correctly. Some of the battle themes and remixes were done by some other past Tales artists like Sakuraba, Goshina, and such. and they did like their own remixes and versions of past battle themes of other Tales of games. But yeah, I gotta play me some 3. I'll probably grab that at some point. I think I put like 400 hours into Tales of Radiant Mythology 2, because there was just so much to do in that game, especially grinding for those sacred weapons with the green text on them. You had to like put the game in the hardest difficulty and get golden keys. Those weapons were crazy. Alright. That is it, y'all. I'll go ahead and save. Why not? Reed got paralyzed. Alrighty then. Eclipse, are you around, my dude? Oh dang, there's nobody in this call. Yeah, he's online. So apparently, from what Bertin was telling me, as long as he's not late to starting his game according to the schedule, then I guess it's all good. I started a minute early because I want to just, you know, go ahead and start. Then after you beat the game, it makes you insert disc 1. Sure, why not? Secundas? We could try, but actually no, I just saved over that. Yeah, I can't do it now. If I didn't save over that, I would have been able to go back and fight him. I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, can't do it now. Because if I load that file, it will go back to the beginning of the game.